Chapter 751. Yeah, your uncle and I are here this time to visit my third aunt in Mount Jing. Wang Guifan said, "Why don't you come with us?" Wang Guifan wanted to show off with Yang Ming. After all, her third aunt had been showing off in front of her for a long time. She was quite confident, so Wang Guifan didn't want to miss this opportunity to show off. "I won't go. I am not very familiar with Sui Guanxi." Yang Ming shook his head, but his heart was a little depressed. He was not interested in the Sui family. Zhao Dequan pulled his wife's clothes. Although he was honest, his mind was much more sober than Wang Guifan. When he heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that his relationship with Sui Guanxi was not good. So he quickly said, "Then don't go. Anyway, we are not familiar with them. We are just going to take a look." Although Wang Guifan was reluctant to lose an opportunity to show off, she had no other way. She also saw that Yang Ming was not very interested in the Sui family. She had to say, "Yeah, they are not very close relatives, but there is no other way. Out of etiquette, we have to go and take a look." Zhao Dequan didn't say anything after listening, but he secretly snorted. "Out of etiquette? No other way?" I don't know who was the one who was anxious to claim kinship with others. Now that he saw his daughter's boyfriend, he immediately changed his tone. "Dad, Mom, where are you staying at night?" Zhao Ying was very annoyed with her mother's approach, but since Yang Ming had already helped her out, she couldn't help but appreciate it. However, she tried not to mention those irrelevant topics. "We originally wanted to take a look at you and leave, but we have to help you look at the house and car tomorrow, so we can't leave in a hurry." Wang Guifan looked like she was thinking about Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. This made Yang Ming feel a little funny, but he was not very angry. Yang Ming could probably understand that Wang Guifan was afraid that he would deceive Zhao Ying's feelings, so she wanted to seek some benefits for her daughter as much as possible. However, she was a bit too anxious. However, after he bought these things for Zhao Ying, his relationship with Zhao Ying seemed to be a bit unclear, but this was also what Yang Ming was happy to see. "How about staying in a hotel?" Yang Ming said, "It's so late. We can only stay in a hotel." Wang Guifan thought the hotel arranged by Yang Ming would not be bad. Just as she wanted to nod and agree, she heard Zhao Ying. "There is no need, right? The house that I used to rent with Yin Yin is still empty. It's fine to live there." "Where?" "Auntie, I will go back to my own home." Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that Wang Guifan still thought that he and Zhao Ying usually lived together. After sending Zhao Ying's family to the place where Zhao Ying originally lived, Yang Ming drove home. On the way, he called Chen Mingyin to inform her that he was safe. Yang Ming returned home. When he entered the living room, he saw Yang Dashan sitting on the sofa at home, chatting with his father. However, at this moment, Yang Dahai no longer had the previous honest image. He was talking and laughing with Yang Dashan. Looking closely, his uncle had also changed a little. In front of his father, he became a little cautious. He no longer had the arrogance of the past. The sudden development of Yang Ming's family had a great impact on Yang Dashan. Although he had long known that his nephew had some skills, now it seemed that it was just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, wasn't the strength that Yang Ming showed now also the tip of the iceberg? "Nephew, you are back." Yang Dashan saw Yang Ming come in and quickly stood up and said with a smile. Although Yang Ming was a younger generation, in any case, Yang Ming helped him in the matter of Tianjiao Entertainment City. He also brought back Sha Zhuang for him. Yang Dashan was grateful to Yang Ming from the bottom of his heart. "Uncle, please sit down. Why are you still so polite when you see me?" Yang Ming smiled. After knowing the details of the grievances between his uncle and his father, Yang Ming was not as indifferent to Yang Dashan as before. He did not look down on the failure of his uncle's business last time. He just felt that he was a little reckless. "Big Ming, since you were back, why don't you sit down and listen and give me some ideas?" Yang Dahai no longer treated his son as a child like before. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming stopped with some suspicion and sat on the sofa. "It's like this. Your uncle, he—" "Big brother, you should say it." Yang Dahai nodded to Yang Dashan. "Okay, I will say it. It's like this, nephew." Yang Dashan said, "Sha Zhuang's business, although it is profitable, people always want to make a bigger career, don't they?" "Uncle, don't tell me you're thinking of doing some imaginary business again." Yang Ming frowned after listening. Uncle, listen to my advice. It's better not to get involved in an unfamiliar industry. Now the financial crisis is serious. Although the impact on our country is not big, we will always be affected. It's better to do Sha Zhuang's business steadily. Nephew, listen to Uncle. Yang Dashan smiled bitterly. I know that the last time I did Entertainment City, I was really confused, but this time I thought about it carefully. Okay, then Uncle, tell me about it. If it really works, money is not a problem. Yang Ming nodded and decided to give his uncle a chance. People can't deny everything when they make a mistake, right? Sha Zhuang's business has been done for so many years. Everything is on the right track. Just ask your aunt to take care of it. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Dashan said, these days I am thinking about whether Dahai's company can produce some heavy construction machinery. For example, excavators, bulldozers, and the like. These heavy products have relatively low technical content, but the sales are good. In our province, there is really no similar company. Oh, Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his uncle to talk about this. He thought about it and said, this can be considered. After all, we don't lack technology now. These heavy equipment, I believe that old Buffon can get the relevant technical information. Production and assembly is not a problem at all. If this kind of thing is really popular, then it is not impossible to consider. However, the purpose of Yang Dashan coming here is just to give his father an idea. Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Uncle, do you mean that you want to participate? Participate? Yang Dashan shook his head after listening. The total assets of your father's company are so large. Even if I throw all my assets into it, it won't even make a splash. I was thinking that if the production and sales department of heavy equipment is really established, I would like to see if I can take a position as a manager in the family Sha Zhuang. It sounds like a nouveau riche. It doesn't sound as good as an entrepreneur. That is not a problem. Yang Ming glanced at his father and said, Uncle is more familiar with these things. If it is really done, he could be responsible for sales and market development. Yang Ming was not guarding against his uncle. It was just that it was best not to have relatives involved in core things to avoid differences in opinion on some major decisions. It would not look good when the time came. There would not be any problems with sales. At most, he would contact the channel merchants. Although he might receive some small benefits from the channel merchants, these were insignificant things. Yang Dahai nodded. He thought that Yang Ming would not agree with his uncle coming to the company, but now it seemed that Yang Ming did not object. However, Yang Ming was very supportive of Yang Dashan's opinion. Otherwise, if Yang Dashan was really in charge of some core departments, it would be very difficult for the employees when the time came for him to order them around. Dad, you guys talk. I'm going back to my room. Yang Ming didn't want to interfere too much with his father's company. Since Yang Dahai had already done it, Yang Ming didn't want to be a behind-the-scenes boss. Okay, then I will talk to your uncle for a while. I'm also very interested in his idea. Yang Dahai nodded and said. At this time, Mother Yang also came over and said, Dahai, it's quite late. I will call the restaurant downstairs to send some supper. You and Big Brother can talk while eating? Okay, I just happen to be hungry. Yang Dahai smiled and said, You go ahead. Yang Ming returned to the room and turned on the computer. He wanted to go online to see if there was any public opinion against the jewelry company today. He opened QQ and chose the invisible state. However, there was still a message. Yang Ming clicked on it, but it was from Wild Female Teacher, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Are you there? Are you there? Haven't you come yet? Wild Female Teacher sent 4 or 5 messages to ask if Yang Ming was there. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to look at the webpage first, but when he saw so many messages, he didn't want to see anything urgent. So, he replied, I just went online. What's the matter? Ah, you are here. Wild Female Teacher's message came quickly. Yang Ming sent an emoji. Are you free? Asked Wild Female Teacher. Some, but it shouldn't be possible to compensate for your points. Said Yang Ming. It's not about points. I haven't played Landlord for a long time. I'm in a bad mood today. I want to find someone to talk to, said Wild Female Teacher. Hee. Every time you talk to me, you seem to be a little depressed. Why? Is it a relationship problem? Yangming recently felt that his relationship was very smooth. Little sister Lin was finally put to bed. Little classmate Xiao Chun also began to compromise. Today's sister, Zhao, seemed to have chance. So, Yangming's mood was quite good. I met him today, said wild female teacher. And then? Since you saw the person you like, why are you still in a bad mood? Asked Yangming. I don't know. I just feel that today's meeting was very bad, said wild female teacher. What did you say or do that made him hate you? Yangming asked patiently. After all, wild female teacher was one of his few netizens with a good relationship. Chapter 752. I didn't say anything, but my family's approach should make him very unhappy, said wild female teacher. Family? You even took him to meet your family? Yangming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after a few months of not seeing each other, the other party had made progress. Not really. It's a bit complicated. After wild female teacher sent this message, she immediately sent another one. You say if the girl wants something, the boy will buy it for her. Does that count as the boy being interested in her? It should count. If the two are not relatives, then it should be like what you said. Yangming didn't know how to answer, so he could only say something nice. But the key problem is that these things were asked by my mother. He also agreed to buy them for me. But I think he is just taking care of my mother's face, said wild female teacher. Yangming looked at the message sent by wild female teacher. He was slightly stunned. Why do I feel that this is so familiar? It seems like it happened around me. Wild female teacher? Yangming clicked on the details of her QQ. Age, 23. Then, he opened the chat records of the two people before. Yangming couldn't help but be shocked. Is it really her? At first, it was a teacher, then it was a student. She went to my school. Yangming's mind was suddenly in chaos. How can there be such a coincidence? That also depends on what it is. If it's a small thing, I may agree to it out of respect. But if it's a very expensive thing, at least I won't give it away casually. What did your mother ask for from him? Yangming resisted the excitement in his heart. He trembled as he typed a line of words and sent it over. The car and house she asked for. He also agreed. I don't know what to do now. I don't know if he really wants to give it to me, or it's just against his will, said wild female teacher. Yangming widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He couldn't speak while facing the computer screen. Accident? Coincidence? Or is it the truth? Some things can't be explained clearly through chatting. Why don't we meet and I'll tell you in detail? Yangming wished that his special ability could go through the network cable and see the other person's appearance. Meet? Wild female teacher was obviously stunned, and then immediately said, Forget it. I'm not used to meeting online friends. Yangming was a little disappointed. There were some things that couldn't be asked directly. A meeting was the best solution. Yangming was afraid that if he asked something on the internet, the other side would not admit it. At that time, he would have no choice but to throw his QQ account aside forever and never go online again. Who could find him? That doesn't matter. Let's just say it like that. Yangming didn't insist. After all, if the other party was really Zhao Ying, with Zhao Ying's character, she definitely wouldn't easily meet an online friend. Then, he's already accompanied you to meet your parents. What else are you worried about? If he didn't like you, why would he go to see your parents? Yangming further induced. Actually, the relationship between the two of us really hasn't reached that step yet. My parents want to introduce a boyfriend to me. I don't like it, so I pulled him here to make up the numbers, said wild female teacher. Make up the numbers? Is it just to make up the numbers? Asked Yangming. Yeah, that's why I'm worried. Wild female teacher said. Then you don't have to worry about it. You think about it. Who is more stupid? Can you buy a house and a car just to make up the numbers? If he isn't interested in you, then he simply has money to burn. Yangming thought, I don't have the habit of burning money. Really? Thank you. I feel much better. My parents told me to go to bed. Let's talk another day. Wild female teacher sent a good night emoji over. Yangming wanted to say a few more words, but the other party had already gone offline. Ying, go to bed. Why are you still playing online by yourself when mom and dad finally come? Zhao Ying greeted Zhao Dequan, who was sitting at the computer table. Oh, I know. Zhao enclosed QQ and replied, "Wait, don't turn off the computer. You go online and check what kind of car is more suitable for you to drive, and mine." Wang Guifan couldn't forget about the car. "Mom, why do you really want to buy it?" Zhao Ying frowned. "Yang Ming and I haven't reached that step yet. Now you want a house and a car. How can I face him in the future? What's wrong with that? A woman? You have to use your own capital. Think about it. If one day little Yang doesn't want you, don't you still have some assets?" Wang Guifan said disapprovingly. She moved a stool and sat next to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying didn't move. She didn't want to be her mother's accomplice. However, Wang Guifan grabbed the mouse in Zhao Ying's hand and opened the IE browser. She went to the home page of Good 123 and entered a professional car website. It had to be said that the website of Good 123 was quite successful. There was only one page, but from the office workers to the housewives, they all remembered this one-page internet access. Zhao Ying was helpless. She didn't expect her mother to actually surf the internet. It seemed that the internet was very popular now. "This new BMW 325 is good, but Ying, you can't buy such a cheap one. You should buy a BMW 5 Series, right?" Wang Guifan had a soft spot for BMWs. "Mom, can you not be like this?" Zhao Ying was about to cry. "How can we ask for things from others? What is this? How is this asking for it?" Didn't little Yang agree? Since he has already said it, it is like spilled water. How can he take it back? If we don't want it, we are not giving face. Then you can see for yourself. Zhao Ying stood up angrily and went to sleep on her own. Wang Guifan ignored Zhao Ying. She sat directly in Zhao Ying's position and read the car introduction with relish. Zhao Dequan also sighed helplessly. He looked at Wang Guifan. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Early the next morning, without informing Zhao Ying, Wang Guifan rushed to the car market and came to the BMW store. After she went there, she directly looked at the two new cars of the BMW 3 Series and 5 Series. Although Wang Guifan's dress wasn't very good, it was all street goods. But in this day and age, there were rich people who wore beggars' clothes, celebrities, and people who drove tractors. Who could distinguish them? Therefore, the salesperson didn't dare to neglect. He followed Wang Guifan all the way to choose the car. When Wang Guifan was satisfied, he asked, "Ms. Wang, have you decided to buy the 3 Series or the 5 Series?" "I want both." Wang Guifan finally enjoyed the treatment of a superior person today. She had lived for most of her life, and she was finally generous for once. "You want both?" The salesperson was stunned. "You want to buy 2? "Yeah, I have one, and my daughter has one. My son-in-law, will pay for it." Wang Guifan said this with a smile. The salesperson finally understood what was going on. She had hooked up with a rich husband. He didn't dare to delay and quickly complimented. "Then you are really blessed. That is, who let me give birth to a good daughter." Wang Guifan felt that she liked to hear this. "Then how do you pay?" asked the salesperson. "Wait, let me call and ask." Wang Guifan said, "Right, I left in a hurry and didn't bring my cell phone. Do you have a phone in your store?" Yes. The salesperson didn't doubt it. If she could afford a car, how could she not afford a cell phone? How could he know that Wang Guifan didn't have a cell phone at all? When she was at home, she only had a little smart that couldn't roam and was tied to a landline phone. Wang Guifan deliberately asked for Yang Ming's phone number yesterday for today's action. "Hello, Xiaoyang. I am Ying's mother." Wang Guifan dialed the phone and said with a smile, "Oh, Auntie Wang, what's the matter?" asked Yang Ming. "I am at the BMW car 4S store. I chose 2 cars." Wang Guifan hesitated and said, "Now I have to pay the bill." "Oh, so that's the case. You give the phone to the salesperson. I will talk to him." Yang Ming said, Okay. Wang Guifan quickly gave the phone to the salesperson on the side. "Hello." The salesperson politely picked up the phone. "How much is it? Give me the account number to your store. I will ask someone to transfer it to you." Yang Ming said indifferently, "The procedures are all done together. Get a better license plate. If you can't get it, I will give you a phone call. You can find Bao Sanli or Ho Zhenhan from Mingyang Entertainment and let them do it." Okay. The salesperson was stunned. He thought, who is this person? With such a big tone, he can even order Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan. Now, it was impossible for people in the business world not to know the names of Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. This store was no exception. Just as he was wondering, after a while, someone who claimed to be Bao Sanli from Mingyang Entertainment called and asked about the payment. The salesperson felt that his level wasn't enough, so he quickly called the boss to answer the phone. Seeing that the shop owner was talking to her son-in-law subordinate, Wang Guifen's heart was so cool. She had never thought that one day she would have such an awe-inspiring moment. After the shop owner hung up the phone, he first scolded the salesperson for his bad reception. Ms. Wang is a VIP. Why did you receive her yourself? Where are the others? Hurry up and invite Ms. Wang to the VIP room. I will do the following procedures personally. After that, he turned to Wang Guifen and said, Ms. Wang, look, you came to buy a car, but you didn't call in advance so that I could receive you personally. If you're not free, you can tell me the model of the car. I will ask someone to drive it for you to choose. Although he didn't know the real origin of Wang Guifen, he heard from a salesperson that the person who called before was very arrogant. He treated Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan like his subordinates. And this Wang Guifen was that person's mother-in-law. How could this be? How could the manager not care? Chapter 753. Of course, these were all done by Wang Guifen behind Zhao Ying's back. If Zhao Ying knew about it, she would also stop her. However, Wang Guifen thought, when the time comes, what is done cannot be undone. The procedures are all done. You can't just return it, right? After completing the procedures, Wang Guifen didn't rush to drive Zhao Ying's car away. Instead, she only drove the blue BMW 328i that she chose and left Car City. Anyway, she didn't have to worry about the license plate. She found the sales office of Huasong Wenyuan, a luxury residential area that she saw online yesterday. This was a luxury residential area closest to Songjiang Industry University. It had just opened, and there were still many good locations that were not sold out. Driving a brand new BMW, Wang Guifen felt different. It was much more comfortable than driving the Volga in the past. In the early years, Wang Guifen also drove a car for the leader, but the car drivers at that time weren't as badass as they were now. The relationship between them and the leader was only as superior and subordinate. Unlike now, which driver wasn't the confidant of the leader. Even if the large group was disbanded, the leader couldn't be laid off, right? It wasn't difficult to bring a person to another unit. However, Wang Guifen sighed that she didn't have the opportunity. She was a car driver for a few years in vain. She thought that she would never have the opportunity to touch a car again in her life, but she didn't expect that she would drive a BMW directly when she drove again. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, or the salesperson at the sales office saw Wang Guifen's car and acted snobbish. He flattered Wang Guifen for a while. Wang Guifen finally realized the charm of money at this moment. Money makes the world go round. This saying is really true. If it were a few days ago, who would be around a housewife like me? The more she realized this feeling of floating, the more Wang Guifen couldn't give it up. She was thinking in her heart, when I go back, I must teach my daughter how to lock a man's heart. If one day little Yang is tired of my daughter, then it will be terrible. Wang Guifen didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Madam, what kind of house do you want to see? The salesperson responded with a smile. Well, what kind of houses do you have? Wang Guifen asked casually, looking like a rich lady on TV. Although Wang Guifen didn't dress well and didn't have a brand on her, her car was good. Moreover, who could be sure that she didn't find a tailor shop to order her clothes? Although his taste was not that good, everyone had their own preferences. The salesman had even seen people wearing hurdle vests and big pants driving Mercedes-Benz to buy buildings. Therefore, she was not surprised and said, there are small apartments, medium apartments, large apartments, and luxury duplexes. Of course, there are also independent villas. What's the price? Wang Guifen asked. A normal apartment costs around 10,000 yuan per square meter, a duplex costs around 20,000 yuan per square meter, and a villa costs up to 50,000 yuan per square meter, the salesperson explained. Wang Guifen clicked her tongue. She didn't even dare to look at such a high-priced building. Wang Guifen calculated for a moment. The price of the villa was too high. She estimated that one villa would cost more than 10 million. Oh my God! Was it possible to buy such an expensive house? However, a duplex could be considered, so he asked, "How much does a duplex cost?" Looking at the display model on the side, the structure of the duplex was really good. Wang Guifan just took a look and liked it very much. A duplex is about 7.5 million yuan. The salesperson said the orientation and the type of house are the same, but the price is slightly different according to the distance to the entrance of the community. More than 7 million yuan. Wang Guifan was a little dazzled. How many lifetimes did she and her husband have to struggle to save so much money? Originally, she thought that the car she bought was luxurious enough, but now she found that the car was really nothing compared to the house. Wang Guifan didn't dare to make a decision on her own. She said to the salesman, "I will make a phone call and discuss with my family." "That's what you should do, but there is no signal in this hall. You can use our phone here." The salesman was not surprised. After all, buying a house was a big deal. It was normal to discuss with family. The salesman's suggestion was exactly what Wang Guifan wanted. She didn't have a cell phone. When she wanted to borrow a phone, the salesman took the initiative to ask. Wang Guifan dialed Yang Ming's phone again. "Little Yang, it's me, Ying's mother." Wang Guifan said, "I am at the sales office. I saw a duplex, but the price is a bit expensive. It costs more than 70,000 yuan. Oh, where did you see the house?" Yang Ming didn't care about the price. "In Huasong Wenyuan," Wang Guifan said. "I think this is the closest place to the school." "Huasong Wenyuan? No way, right?" Yang Ming sweated, but he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Fortunately, Wang Guifan wanted to buy a duplex, not a villa. If he bought a house here, once Xiaoying moved in, it was possible to meet Chen Mingyan again. At that time, God knew if Chen Mingyan would have any ideas. However, judging from the recent events, Chen Mingyan seemed to be more open-minded. She was not as jealous as before. Forget it. Anyway, even if I end up with Zhao Ying, the relationship between these women will be exposed sooner or later. He simply didn't think so much. He braced himself and said, "Okay, but you wait. I will look for someone to see if I can get a discount." Okay. Wang Guifan saw that Yang Ming didn't question the price of the duplex. She was excited, but she couldn't help but regret it. "I should have asked for a villa." Yang Ming picked up the phone, opened the phone book, and found Li Dagong's number. He was about to dial it, but he hesitated. After a long while, Yang Ming shook his head and didn't call Li Dagong directly. Yang Ming could see from Wang Guifan's style that she wasn't a tight-lipped person. Li Dagong didn't know about Zhao Ying's matter. If they were together, it wouldn't be good if something was leaked. Therefore, Yang Ming directly dialed Manager Lu's phone number. "Manager Lu, I am Yang Ming. Do you remember me?" Yang Ming wasn't sure if Manager Lu could remember him. After all, they just exchanged phone numbers politely. Remember. How can I not remember?" Manager Lu's hearty laughter came from the phone. "The owner of the Sun Moon Pavilion. Mr. Yang, do you have any orders?" Previously, Manager Lu was very puzzled about the identity of Yang Ming. However, Manager Lu inquired about the identity of Guo Jianshao that day. The current Ming-Yang Century was the chairman of the former Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. For this company, Manager Lu still understood it. It had a strong black background. Who was the person who could reprimand Guo Jianshao face to face? During a company dinner by chance, Li Dagong drank too much. When the two were chatting, Manager Lu asked about Yang Ming. Li Dagong wasn't very clear. He just said that he used to follow Yang Ming in the underworld. This bit of information was more than enough. Combined with the clues in Li Dagong's words and the scene of him reprimanding Guo Jianshao that day, Manager Lu had some idea of Yang Ming's identity. This person might be a big shot in the underworld of Songjiang. However, he didn't dare to inquire about it. Manager Lu was really lucky that Yang Ming didn't give him a real-life PK in his office at that time. "This is the case. I have a relative who went to your place to look at a house. She is next to the phone. Help me take care of her. Her surname is Wang, and her name is Wang Guifan. She is in her 40s. Yang Ming said, "No problem. Manager Liu quickly agreed. It didn't take long for a man in his 30s to greet them. After the salesman next to Wang Guifan saw him, he quickly said, "President Liu." Manager Liu looked next to the phone. There was only an unfamiliar middle-aged woman, Wang Guifan. So he thought that this was probably the relative that Yang Ming talked about on the phone. "Hello, are you Ms. Wang Guifan?" Manager Liu asked tentatively. "It's me. You are?" Although Wang Guifan learned from the salesman that the person in front of her was a president, she didn't know him. "I'm the manager of the sales office. My surname is Liu. Mr. Yang called me, so I quickly rushed over." Manager Liu smiled and said to Wang Guifan. Wang Guifan was shocked, completely shocked. She really couldn't imagine that Yang Ming's influence in Songjiang was so great. A phone call could make the manager of the sales office so respectful, including when she bought the car before. The owner of the car dealership was the same. Among the people that Wang Guifan had contacted before, there were some who had some money in their family, such as Boss Liu, but it was just a little money. It was impossible to have the influence that Yang Ming had in Songjiang. When Boss Liu went to buy a car, people would at most receive him for the face of money, but the manager would definitely not accompany him personally. But now, Wang Guifan found that whether it was President Liu or the car dealership owner, they were all really respectful to her, not just perfunctory. "Manager Liu, hello." Wang Guifan dreamed of the day when she would become a lady, so she quickly adapted to her position in a hurry. She nodded to Manager Liu casually. "This is the case. The authority of our sales office can only give a 10% discount. However, Mr. Yang has a good relationship with the developer, Xinheng Real Estate. If you're not in a hurry, you should be able to get a lower price." Manager Liu said. Wang Guifan didn't expect that Yang Ming actually knew the developer. However, she could only stay in Songjiang for one day. Who didn't like to save money? But she was afraid that a long night would bring more trouble. So she said with some doubts, "But I bought the house in a hurry. It is best to get the key as soon as possible." "That's easy. Zhao, you go and get the key now and give to Ms. Wang." Manager Liu casually instructed someone. "Give me the key? But I haven't paid yet." Wang Guifan was stunned. She didn't expect to get the key. "Money is not urgent. Mr. Yang has other businesses here. How can you owe us money?" Manager Liu smiled. "Other businesses?" Chapter 754. Other industries? What do you mean? Wang Guifan asked, baffled. "Mr. Yang also bought a villa here. Don't you know?" Manager Liu also asked, baffled. "Villa?" Wang Guifan frowned suspiciously. "How did Yang Ming buy a villa here? Who did he buy it for? Why didn't my daughter mention it before?" "Yeah, Mr. Yang bought it with his girlfriend. He bought the most luxurious villa here." Manager Liu didn't know the secret, so he didn't hide it and said with a smile. Yang Ming didn't expect Manager Liu to mention this before. If he knew, he wouldn't make this unnecessary call just to save money. Girlfriend? Wang Guifan's heart skipped a beat. Her keen woman's intuition made her feel that this girlfriend was definitely not her daughter. Then who was it? Seeing that Yang Ming was so generous and actually bought the most luxurious villa here, his feelings for this girl were definitely not shallow. Then what about my daughter? Fortunately, Wang Guifan was also a woman in her 40s. Although she was a bit snobbish, she usually lived at the bottom of society and had trained a fake face. She said without batting an eyelid, "Oh, I know. That little girl is quite pretty." How could Manager Liu know that Wang Guifan was testing him? He thought that Wang Guifan really knew Chen Mingyan, so he followed her intention and complimented, "Yeah, Miss Chen and Mr. Yang are really a match made in heaven." "Miss Chen?" Wang Guifan's heart twitched twice. "It really isn't Miss Zhao. What should I do?" Now it seemed that Yang Ming had a woman outside. This was already an established fact. This couldn't help but make Wang Guifan's head hurt. If it were someone else, knowing that her daughter's boyfriend had another woman outside, she would definitely ask her daughter to break up with him directly. However, Wang Guifan didn't want to do this. Today's glory had made her thoroughly understand the beauty of having money and power. Everyone's respectful words and attitude made Wang Guifan intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. This kind of life made her unable to give it up. This feeling of squandering money and driving a luxury car was really cool. She didn't want to go back to the past, the life of arguing with the hawkers in the vegetable market for a few cents. Wang Guifan smiled forcefully. She didn't have the mood to continue to stay. She said to Manager Liu, "That's fine. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll have to trouble you for the rest." "Don't worry, Ms. Wang." After it was done, Manager Liu left. Wang Guifan. She. When Wang Guifan decided that she must have a thorough talk with her daughter. She couldn't be so passive anymore. Otherwise, it was very likely that everything would turn into a dream. Zhang Dejuan's work style and efficiency made Yang Ming appreciate it very much. He did the things that were given to him not long ago. Even the communication with the foreign side was done in an orderly manner. Yang Ming looked at the video demo on the computer and admired Zhang Dejuan's means. The advertising technique was natural and unrestrained. In the entire promotional video, there was not a single mention of the previous high-priced door incident. However, the entire video made people feel that the previous article on the website was purely a farce, an ignorant piece of news written by an ignorant person. As for the later operation, as well as the broadcast and dissemination on TV and the internet, it was all up to Zhang Dejuan. At least, Zhang Dejuan was still very popular in this small area of the province. Tomorrow was Xu Ye's concert. Ho Jinhan was very busy, and the planning work had entered the final stage. The venue of the district stadium had been negotiated. In fact, there was no need to talk about it. Songjiang, as a non-provincial city, could host the concert of an international superstar. It had made this small city famous all over the country. The leaders in charge of the city were also very concerned about this. After all, the success of the concert also represented the economic development level of the city. The sound equipment was brought directly from Hong Kong with Xu Ye's staff. The installation and debugging were also done by a special person. But even so, the overall work made Ming Yang Entertainment prepare day and night for several days to be foolproof. Yesterday, the suspenseful chat record made Yang Ming sleepless all night. He really couldn't figure it out. If the other party was not Zhaoying, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? It was just a pity that the other party refused to meet with him. Otherwise, he could confirm it himself. For Wang Guifan's requests, Yang Ming naturally agreed. It was all for Zhao Ying's face. No matter how much she tossed around, it wouldn't cost much money. "Big Ming, tomorrow is Xu Ye's concert. Aren't you going to the company to take a look?" Today was Saturday. Yang Dehai rarely slept in at home. "I'm not going. I have nothing to do." Yang Ming was a little annoyed. There were too many things in these 2 days, and it was too sudden. First, Chen Mengyan revealed his relationship with Lin Jiyun. Then, Zhao Ying came out, making Yang Ming somewhat at a loss for a while. Yang Ming didn't deny that he was greedy. He was still thinking about what he had in his bowl. But who wasn't like this? "Big Ming, you seem to have something on your mind?" Yang Dehai looked at Yang Ming's frowning bad luck and asked. "It's okay, Dad." Yang Ming smiled. "You go ahead with your work. Well, you've grown up. I won't say more." Yang Dehai nodded and said, "However, you don't have to worry too much about external things. Although our current life isn't as good as those of the world's richest people, it's still not bad. Living happily is better than anything else." Yang Ming didn't expect his father to have this awareness. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Dad, I'm really fine. I'm just a little tired recently." Yang Dehai turned and went to the kitchen. His mother had already prepared the meal. After a few bites, he had to rush to the company again. Although it was Saturday, he still had to take a look. As a leader, there was basically no weekend. Yang Ming called Chen Mengyan and asked where she was. He didn't expect her to be shopping. This made Yang Ming slightly stunned. Isn't she too heartless? Uncle Chun is still lying in the hospital. It's only been less than 2.5 days, and she went out shopping? Chen Mengyan seemed to have heard Yang Ming's surprise. After a little consideration, she knew why Yang Ming was like this. So she said, "I was chased out by my dad. Originally, my mom and I went to the hospital to accompany him. We didn't expect him to be playing chess with his colleagues. When he saw us coming, he kept chasing us out. He said that he was fine and didn't want to make it seem like he was seriously injured. He didn't ask us to accompany him. My mother went to my grandmother's house. I had nothing to do, so I came out to walk around. Yang Ming was relieved. He knew Chun Fei's character very well. He was the kind of person who was more forthright and didn't care about trifles. He really only hurt his leg. There were no other problems. Naturally, he wouldn't ask the whole family to accompany him in the hospital. He would feel uncomfortable. However, Yang Ming thought that Chun Mingyin was shopping with her mother. After listening to it, it wasn't so. So he asked curiously, "You came out to shop alone?" "Of course not. I wanted to look for you, but didn't you go to see Sister Ying's family? I was afraid that you weren't done with your work, so I didn't call you. It just so happened that your sister Lin called me in the morning, so I asked her out." Chun Mingyin smiled. "Sister Lin? Lin Jiyun?" Yang Ming was shocked. How did these two people get together? Or did Lin Jiyun call Chun Mingyin first? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't say anything, Chun Mingyin also knew that Yang Ming was surprised. However, after experiencing so many things these days, Chun Mingyin also took Lin Jiyun's matter lightly. Her father's car accident shocked her. At that time, the feeling of nervousness and anxiety could only be understood by those who were in it. After seeing that her father was fine, Chun Mingyin really realized that it was best to have the person she loved safe and sound by her side. Since Yang Ming loved her and spoiled her, even if Lin Jiyun existed, this love wouldn't be less. Then, why should she care so much? Lin Jiyun's existence wasn't something she could change. Instead of fighting with each other, it was better to be friendly. Not only could it show that she was magnanimous, but it could also make Yang Ming feel guilty toward her. Chun Mingyin already knew that Yang Ming's character was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If she really made a fuss, not only would it have no effect, but it would also make Yang Ming impatient. When the two of them had a Cold War, she would still be the one who suffered, unless she completely wanted to break up with Yang Ming. But now it seemed that this wasn't a realistic thing. "You two, why are you going shopping?" Yang Ming's question was somewhat incoherent. "Why? You don't want us to be together?" asked Chun Mingyin. "That's not it. You two continue." Yang Ming was afraid that he would say too much and make a mistake, so he quickly hung up the phone. In fact, the two of them didn't go shopping together in advance. This was what happened in the morning. Lin Jiyun learned from Yang Ming that Chun Mingyin's father had an accident. After thinking about it, she decided to call Chun Mingyin to ask. After all, her identity had been recognized by Chun Mingyin. She couldn't be like before. She had to try to integrate into this three-person group. Chun Mingyin was surprised that Lin Jiyun called to greet her, but she was also very happy. It proved that Lin Jiyun wasn't the kind of person who was arrogant and self-righteous. Chapter 755. It just so happened that Chun Mingyin had nothing to do, so she proposed to go out for a stroll. The newly bought villa had been properly decorated. Chun Mingyin planned to buy some daily necessities. Seeing that Chun Mingyin asked her out, Lin Jiyun was instinctively shocked. She was still a little afraid of Chun Mingyin in her heart. After all, the love that originally belonged to Chun Mingyin was divided into half by her. Perhaps it was less than half, but this was not important. For Chun Mingyin, even if it was divided into half, it was not a fair thing. However, she couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a while, Chun Mingyin said directly, "Okay, let's meet at the commercial street after 30 minutes. Lin Jiyun still wanted to say something, but Chun Mingyin had already hung up the phone. Lin Jiyun held the phone and was stupefied. She was somewhat at a loss. For Chun Mingyin's initiative to ask her out, Lin Jiyun was very hesitant. Although Chun Mingyin looked very friendly, after all, her identity was there. How could not be awkward? Until Xin Yueping came over and saw her daughter in a daze. She shouted, "Yin Er, what are you doing?" Lin Jiyun woke up with an ah and looked at the phone in her hand. 10 minutes had passed. She quickly got up from the bed and put on her clothes in a hurry. She said, "Mom, I'm going shopping with Yang Ming." Xin Yueping asked casually. "No, with a classmate, a girl," said Lin Jiyun. Oh, then come back early, Shen Yueping said. Since her daughter became the company's manager, Shen Yueping rarely cared about her daughter's social situation. And Lin Jiyun nodded and thought, if I don't make it, it won't be good if I'm late. Compared to Yang Ming asking her out, she was much more nervous. She hurried out of the house. Lin Jiyun, who had always been thrifty, was also extravagant this time. She stopped a taxi and hurried to the commercial street. Fortunately, the two got off at the same time, so Lin Jiyun was not late. Elder sister Yin. Lin Jiyun lowered her head and called out carefully. What are you doing? You look like you're being bullied. When Shen Mingyin saw Lin Jiyun being bullied, she couldn't help but feel pity for her. All his resentment towards her was thrown away. Such a girl would never be envied or disliked by others. Lin Jiyun's character really made Chen Mingyin unable to be angry. Chen Mingyin sighed. If I really instigated Lin Jiyun to break up with Yang Ming, with Lin Jiyun's character, she would definitely agree. But what was she going to do after they broke up? It could be seen that Lin Jiyun's feelings for Yang Ming were very special. From the initial hatred and gratitude to later love. It could be said that Yang Ming was the only person she could rely on in her heart right now. Chen Mingyin couldn't bear to do this no matter what. Since she couldn't bear to do it, then it wasn't a bad thing to get along well with him. Just like now, when she didn't have anyone to accompany her, she could find her. Both of them were Yang Ming's girlfriends. Although there was still some awkwardness between them, they were always on the same side. It was convenient to talk, and it was easy to find common topics. Lin Jiyun always felt a little guilty in front of Chen Mingyin. You still don't want to say it. I said that if you like it in the future, you can call me Sister Yin. I will also treat you as a sister. I won't have any prejudice against you. Really? Chen Mingyin said sincerely. Thank you, Sister Yin. Lin Jiyun was a little moved. She looked up, and her eyes were full of warmth. What are you thanking for? Chen Mingyin smiled and said, We will be a family in the future. You don't have to be so polite. Chen Mingyin was very surprised that she would say this sentence so casually. A family? This is such a difficult decision to make. However, looking at Lin Jiyun's thin body in front of her, Chen Mingyin said this sentence so easily. Just like when she saw Zhou Jiajia, there was no hesitation. When Lin Jiyun heard Chen Mingyin mention a family, her jade face couldn't help but blush, but it was full of joy. The current result was already a gift from God. Lin Jiyun didn't ask for too much. Her wish from the beginning to the end was that Yang Ming could always pretend to be her boyfriend forever. The current situation was better than her previous wish. She never had the idea of monopolizing Yang Ming, so it was particularly important to get Chen Mingyin's approval. That's good. Lin Jiyun nodded and said, I also treat you as my sister. That's right. Chen Mingyin gently took Lin Jiyun's hand and said, Don't stand here stupidly. Buy some daily necessities with me. No one would feel that there was anything wrong with two girls holding hands while shopping. However, if it were two men, it would be a little shocking. Although Lin Jiyun was puzzled why Chen Mingyin would ask her to buy so many bedding products, sofa products, and some teacups, kettles, and the like, she didn't ask much. These things in the Lin family were all bought by Shen Yueping, but the situation was different. Lin Jiyun thought that Chen Mingyin was buying these things for her. As they were shopping, Chen Mingyin received a call from Yang Ming. Chen Mingyin glanced at the phone and then whispered to Lin Jiyun, who was next to her, It's my husband's call. Do you want to hear it? Chen Mingyin's words were very ambiguous. If she was with others, she might add the word me and turn it into my husband's phone call. However, Chen Mingyin omitted the word me. Lin Jiyun licked her lips and was very embarrassed. Sister Yin, he is calling you. He. Are you jealous? Chen Mingyin teased her. No. Lin Jiyun was shocked. Her shyness was her instinct. She was scared by Chen Mingyin. She immediately turned pale and said nervously, Sister Yin, I really didn't mean that. Chen Mingyin looked at Lin Jiyun's appearance. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, Sister Lin, I'm just joking with you. Don't be like this. Am I really so scary? Like a big tiger? Lin Jiyun looked at the smiling Chen Mingyin and knew that she was really joking with her. After listening to Chun Mingyin's words, she couldn't help but laugh. I know, if I really had a problem with you or something, I wouldn't accept you and recognize you as my sister. I wouldn't ask you out to shop. Chun Mingyin shook her head. If Yang Ming saw it, he would really think that I bullied you. Lin Jiu nodded and knew that Chun Mingyin was telling the truth. She was really too sensitive. She smiled embarrassedly. This was why Chun Mingyin picked up the phone and told Yang Ming that she was shopping with Sister Lin. After hanging up the phone, Chun Mingyin said to Lin Jiyun, "Husband is very strange. Let's go shopping together." Huh. Lin Jiyun smiled and leaned toward Chun Mingyin intimately. She said, "Sister Yin, I'm so happy now." Me too. Somehow, Chun Mingyin felt that Lin Jiyun, this girl, was really amiable. She had a good temper. It was really good to have her accompany her. At the very least, the two could become really good friends. As long as both of them had Yang Ming in their hearts, they would never scheme against each other because of some other interests. It wasn't until Lin Jiyun and Chun Mingyin brought these bedsheets and quilts into the villa in Huasong Wenyuan that Lin Jiyun said in surprise, "Sister Yin, where is this? How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Chun Mingyin was quite satisfied with the love nest that she carefully designed with Yang Ming. And it's really beautiful, but it seems that it has just been renovated. Although the renovation was done with environmentally friendly materials and deodorizing treatment, there was no special smell. However, the emptiness in the room still showed that this was a new house. "And I just bought it with Yang Ming a while ago." Chun Mingyin nodded. Lin Jiyun was stunned. She was slightly envious, but she also understood that Chun Mingyin was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. Therefore, it was understandable that they bought a new house together. A girl's heart was always very delicate and sensitive. Seeing that Lin Jiyun's expression was gloomy, Chun Mingyin immediately understood the key. She pulled Lin Jiyun's hand and said, "Why are you still standing there stupidly? Let's decorate our house together." "Our house?" Lin Jiyun was stunned. She looked at Chun Mingyin suspiciously, thinking that she said something wrong. "Don't say that you are a good student. You must live in the dormitory." Chun Mingyin smiled. After listening to Chun Mingyin's words, Lin Jiyun was really surprised. There was actually a place for her in this villa. Looking at Lin Jiyun's stunned look, Chun Mingyin said, "Do you think Yang Ming is so kind? He bought such a big house for me. Can I live here?" Chun Mingyin blamed the reason for buying the villa on Yang Ming. In fact, wasn't she the one who chose this place? As a matter of fact, Chun Mingyin's name was written on the villa's property certificate. However, Chun Mingyin couldn't say too much. She blamed Yang Ming and included him in a list of premeditated perverts. After listening to Chun Mingyin's words, the envy in her heart was swept away. Lin Jiyun happily picked up the things on the ground and began to decorate the new home with Chun Mingyin. Chun Mingyin didn't intend to tell Lin Jiyun about the villa. After all, this was a house that Yang Ming bought for her. It had an extraordinary meaning. However, since Zhou Jie lived here, Lin Jiyun wasn't left out. Besides, this villa was really big. It was a bit empty for two people to live here. This room, Lin Jiyun looked at the bedroom that had been properly decorated and asked, "Sister Yin, is this your room?" "It's not mine. It's Zhou Jie's." Chun Mingyin glanced and explained. Chapter 756. Zhou Jie. Lin Jiyun seemed to have heard of this name. After all, Lin Jiyun wasn't the kind of student who didn't pay attention to the outside world. The school forum selected the campus belle of each department, and she was one of them. A very pitiful girl. When Zhou Jie was mentioned, Chun Mingyin's heart was always a little blocked. She didn't know when she could wake up and enjoy this beautiful life again. In a while, let's go and see her. Maybe she will lie in bed for a lifetime. As Chun Mingyin said this, she looked a little melancholy. "Isn't she from our university?" Lin Jiyun suddenly remembered that Zhou Jie was also from Songjiang Industry University. Moreover, she was the campus belle of the computer science department. Why is she lying in bed? Lin Jiyun didn't know about Zhou Jie, so she had this question. There's a very complicated story in this. Let's go. Let's go to the hospital first. We will talk about it while walking. Chen Mingyan was a little melancholy. She didn't have the mood to decorate the house. Okay. Lin Jian nodded. She saw that Chen Mingyan's mood wasn't good. She knew that something must have happened to Zhou Jiejia. Although she had some psychological preparation, when she heard Chen Mingyan say that Zhou Jiejia took the bullet for Yang Ming, Lin Jian couldn't help but be moved. Although Lin Jian would do the same if she were in Zhou Jiejia's shoes, it was different. After she had a close relationship with Yang Ming, she became so unhesitant. However, Zhou Jieji didn't even get Yang Ming's love. She could do this. It could be seen how infatuated she was with Yang Ming. I have asked Yang Ming to take her over and take care of her for a lifetime. You won't have any opinion, right? Chen Mingyan thought. After all, Lin Jian was now Yang Ming's woman. This matter still needed to be told to her. Lin Jian naturally wouldn't have any opinion. Chen Mingyan had no opinion. How could she object? What's more, Zhou Jiejia's story was really sad and beautiful. Lin Jian felt that it was right to take care of her. However, Lin Jian was a little excited that Chen Mingyan could ask for her opinion. Did he have the right to speak in his family? Yang Ming didn't expect that the relationship between Lin Jian and Chen Mingyan would become so harmonious. When he called Chen Mingyan again at noon, he got a piece of news that made him even more stunned. Both of them were actually in Zhou Jiejia's ward. For a moment, Yang Ming was at a loss. He didn't know what exactly Chen Mingyan wanted to do. A three-party meeting? Are you going to the concert tomorrow? However, Yang Ming didn't care too much. He could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, as long as they didn't fight, it was always a good thing. Tomorrow, I'm going. My dad is fine. Chen Mingyan's mood was still good, which made Yang Ming feel relieved. Then, is Lin Jian going too? Yang Ming asked tentatively. You have to ask your sister Lin. After Chen Mingyan got along with Lin Jian in the morning, she didn't have the previous awkwardness. The relationship between the two was much more harmonious. Therefore, Chen Mingyan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with going to the concert with Lin Jian. As he spoke, the phone was handed to Lin Jian's ear. Lin Jian was shocked and hurriedly said, Hello. Jian, let's go to Shuya's concert tomorrow? Asked Yang Ming. Okay. Lin Jian was a little stunned by Chen Mingyan's sudden phone call. She didn't listen carefully to what Yang Ming said, so she agreed. Chen Mingyan smiled. Lin Jian's character was still a bit weak. She needed to be trained well so that she could be independent in society. Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. Yang Ming's career was getting bigger and bigger. He would definitely need a lot of helpers in the future. The people who could be trusted by him, in addition to his parents and Zhang Bin, had to rely on his women. She wasn't a person who didn't have a sense of the overall situation. She knew that Yang Ming put Lin Jian in the position of the company's manager to train her so that she could be prepared for a bigger career in the future. Therefore, Chen Mingyan wouldn't deliberately suppress Lin Jian's ability. Through the last time in the car, she cried with grievance once. She also found out Yang Ming's weakness. Only the more she tolerated, the more tolerant she was, and the better she coordinated the relationship with Lin Jian, Yang Ming would feel more guilty about her. In this way, she could always maintain the most important position in Yang Ming's heart. Chen Mingyan took the phone and said to Yang Ming with some sarcasm, Your purpose of hugging both women has been achieved. What else is there? Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's sarcastic tone. He was a little embarrassed and said, I don't mean anything else. I always have to treat everyone equally. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other, right? It's only fair that everyone goes together. I'm too lazy to care about you. Chen Mingyan snorted. Drive to the hospital to pick us up later. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming quickly agreed. Looking at Chen Mingyan and Lin Jian walking out of the hospital hand in hand, Yang Ming's nervous heart suddenly relaxed. It seemed that the relationship between the two really had a breakthrough. No wonder Chen Mingyan refused to go to the concert with Lin Jian 2 days ago, but she didn't put forward any objections just now. How is Jiejia? Yang Ming opened the back door for Chen Mingyan and Lin Jian and asked with a sigh. It's still the same. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Don't you want to go up and take a look? Today I won't go. Every time I see it, it will be very painful. Yang Ming didn't have much of a romantic relationship with Zhou Jiejie, but he had tried very hard to fall in love with this strong and persistent girl who was willing to give everything for her lover. From Zhou Jiejie's diary, he learned about Zhou Jiejie's usual emotions. Yang Ming began to feel more and more heartbroken. Chen Mingyan nodded. Wasn't she in the same mood? Every time she saw Zhou Jiejie, her heart was very bitter. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were still sitting in the back seat, and Yang Ming didn't say anything. Where are we going? Yang Ming started the car. Accompany us to buy some electrical appliances. Chen Mingyan instructed. Why do you want to buy electrical appliances? Yang Ming didn't know that Chen Mingyan had already taken Lin Jiyun to the villa. Of course, it is to buy for our family. In the morning, Sister Lin and I went to buy bedding and daily necessities, but for electrical appliances, we still have to choose together. Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's plain, smiling face. It was really strange. Once upon a time, Chen Mingyan, this little vinegar jar, faintly began to have the demeanor of the master of the harem. Okay, let's go to Xinhing department store. I have a VIP card. Right, Jun also has one. Yang Ming smiled and said, Mingyan, do you want to get one for you? That's not necessary. When I buy things, I will be with you or Sister Lin. Why do I need to get so many? Chen Mingyan knew that the young master of Xinhing department store was a tutor of Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. In the afternoon, Yang Ming was asked to buy with him, but Chen Mingyan often asked Lin Jiyun's opinion and then made the final decision. She rarely listened to Yang Ming's opinion. However, Yang Ming had no opinion. He didn't have any special requirements for these things. Moreover, seeing the two girls walking together in harmony was worth more than anything else. However, he didn't know if Chen Mingyan would still be like this after knowing about Xiao Qing and Sun Jie and even Zhao Ying's matter. She definitely wouldn't. For Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie's special experience, it was understandable that Chen Mingyan could accept them. But for others, Chen Mingyan probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to. She was still brooding about Lan Ling's matter, but Chen Mingyan didn't mention it. The goods in Xinhing department store were very complete. The three of them also ordered the commonly used furniture. Anyway, there would be a special car to help them send it back. Looking at Yang Ming and the two girls chatting and laughing as they directed the workers to move a pile of furniture and electrical appliances into the villa, Wang Xiaoyan's anger had nowhere to vent. Isn't this Yang Ming too much of a playboy? This Chen Mingyan was really patient. She had already brought a woman home, and she was still talking and laughing with her. I hope Zhao Ying doesn't follow in his footsteps. Thinking of every morning, Yang Ming still called someone to send flowers on time, and the ambiguous words on the card were getting more and more ridiculous. This made Wang Xiaoyan want to kill Yang Ming. While she was sulking, the phone rang. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the phone number and directly hung up. But it didn't take long for the phone to come in again. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and finally pressed the answer button. However, her tone was very indifferent. What is it? Baby girl, do you miss your father? There was a kind, middle-aged man's voice on the other side of the phone. No, Wang Xiaoyan replied coldly. The person on the other side of the phone couldn't help but laugh twice. He was a little embarrassed. Are you still angry with me? No, Wang Xiaoyan still replied coldly. Then when will you come home? The person on the other side of the phone asked. Didn't we agree? Before I graduate from college, I have my own life. After graduation, I will listen to you and go back to get married. Wang Xiaoyan's tone was still very calm. That's fine. You take care of yourself. I'm hanging up. Remember, call your father often. The person on the other side of the phone said, also, don't create the organization you created. It's just a small matter. The situation there is different from Europe. Don't cause trouble. It's none of your business. Wang Xiaoyan hung up the phone after she finished speaking. With a sigh, Wang Xiaoyan laughed at herself, but she was a little envious of the two girls in the opposite villa. In any case, they have their own love and their own pursuit. What about her? She ran out, but she was still monitored by the family. Although Wang Xiaoyan didn't know who her father sent, she could also feel that someone was always monitoring her. Chapter 757. Yang Ming, The culprit who made Wang Xiaoyan angry every day was still unaware. Who would have thought that the flower delivery man would make such a blunder? However, Sun Jie could still receive flowers every day, so Yang Ming didn't suspect anything was wrong at all. Sitting on the brand-new leather sofa, watching the two charming girls busily tidying up the new house, Yang Ming couldn't help but squint his eyes in enjoyment. In just 1 year, he went from a poor boy with no money to a top billionaire with 10 billion yuan. He used to have some inferiority complex and still regarded Chen Mengyan as a dream lover, but he could actually have two. This made Yang Ming have an unreal feeling. King of assassins, special abilities, voodoo, these things that seemed to be very far away from life were actually related to him. Although there was some element of luck in his success. But things in this world often seem to be accidental. They contained inevitability. If Yang Ming didn't have compassion for the old man who set up the stall, then he wouldn't have gotten such a pair of glasses with special abilities. Similarly, if Yang Ming didn't stand up for Fong Tian in the detention center, the two people who didn't have any intersection would never meet again in the future, let alone Fong Tian accepting him as an apprentice. Therefore, Yang Ming's success wasn't enviable. Maybe some people would say that Yang Ming was lucky, but those were jealous people. Since ancient times, there have been many good people who inadvertently helped the gods and got successful stories and fables. However, most people have heard of similar stories, but when they encounter similar things, they won't do it. If others did it and got benefits, these people would be jealous. This was the twisted mentality of some people. If they were jealous, they would find ways to take it for themselves. This was the so-called an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Therefore, only a few trustworthy people knew that Yang Ming had special abilities and got the black gold from Dorsk. However, Shuya was an anomaly. When Yang Ming killed Dorsk and transferred the money, Shuya saw it all. If it weren't for Shuya's identity, which made Yang Ming seriously suspect that she had some connection with Suya, Yang Ming would really consider whether to kill her. Yang Ming wanted to investigate Shuya's life, but unfortunately, his sphere of influence was limited to Songjiang or Donghai and Jiduan City, but that was only in the province, not to mention the distant Hong Kong. Old Bufan didn't have any power in Hong Kong, so it was difficult for Yang Ming to get anything useful. Even if he found a private investigator to investigate, he would only get the surface. Yang Ming, why are you sitting down? A shout interrupted Yang Ming's thoughts. When he looked up, he saw Chen Mengyan standing in front of him with her hands on her waist, staring at him. Listening to this familiar tone, Yang Ming had the illusion of returning to high school. At that time, when he skipped class, Chen Mengyan always lectured him like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. He patted his thigh and said, Come up and give me a hug. You're not serious. Chen Mengyan glanced at Lin Jiyun not far away with her eyes. She bared her teeth at Yang Ming and said, Who cares? Don't be mischievous. Come and help. Okay. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mengyan was embarrassed in front of Lin Jiyun, so he didn't force it. Things always had to be done step by step, right? With the current result, Yang Ming was already very satisfied. Although the house had been renovated, when it was really decorated, he found that there were still a lot of places to do. Even if the bedsheets were newly bought, Chen Mengyan was a clean freak. She washed them again and left them on the balcony. Most of the time, Lin Jiyun wouldn't express her own opinions, but Chen Mengyan would discuss with her if she had any ideas. This made Yang Ming feel very happy. Whether the harem was harmonious or not, it directly affected the quality of life and career of Yang Ming. Until the bought things were put in place, the three of them sat on the sofa tiredly. Chen Mengyan didn't have the mind to care about the fact that Yang Ming was sitting between her and Lin Jiyun at the moment. Because she was too tired, Chen Mengyan was too lazy to say anything. Besides, with Yang Ming's personality, this would happen sooner or later. Yang Ming leaned his head comfortably on Lin Jiyun's soft chest, but he put his hand on Chen Mengyan's thigh. Don't push your luck. Chen Mengyan patted Yang Ming's hand and told him not to move. What time is it? Lin Jiyun looked up by chance, but she saw that it was already dark outside the window. Yang Ming didn't move his head. His eyes turned and saw the phone on the coffee table, not far away. Then he said, It's 8 o'clock. Are we going to do it? Lin Jiyun asked. Poochie. Yang Ming suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed until his whole body trembled. What are you laughing at? Lin Jiyun asked, baffled. Isn't it a bit too early to do it? What about Ming Yin? Should we do it together? Yang Ming laughed until tears came out. What's a bit early? It's already 8 o'clock. It's not early anymore. Lin Jiyun was somewhat inexplicable. Chen Mingyin also didn't understand. She patted Yang Ming and said in a bad mood, Are you having epilepsy? Why are you laughing? Yang Ming sighed. My two wives are really too pure. If I were to say those words to Sun Jia, I don't know what effect it would bring. So, he explained, Haven't you heard a joke? What joke? We asked you what time it is. Why did you think of a joke? Chen Mingyin said angrily. The joke is like this. Yang Ming said with a smile, There's a couple. The husband asked the wife, What time is it? The wife looked at the watch and said, 10 o'clock. The husband asked, Is it the same time? The wife said, It's too early. Others haven't slept yet. The husband was a little annoyed and asked, I'm asking you, is it 10 o'clock? The wife said, Is it 11 o'clock? The husband was annoyed and said, I'm asking you, is it 10 o'clock? The wife was also annoyed and said, I said 11 o'clock. If you don't do it for a day, you won't feel good, right? The husband said helplessly, I'm just asking, is it 10 o'clock? The wife said impatiently, Yes, yes, yes. Do it now, okay? Of course, the original joke was much more vulgar than this. Yang Ming just elegantly removed the swear words. Yang Ming said it so straightforwardly. How could Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyin not understand? Chen Mingyin couldn't help but laugh and said, Yang Ming, you are really evil. Lin Jiyun was so shy that she blushed. How could she still laugh? She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Between her and Chen Mingyin, only she and Yang Ming had that kind of relationship. Therefore, when Yang Ming said this joke, it seemed that she was in a hurry to do it with him. She said anxiously, I didn't mean that. I mean, is it 8 o'clock? It was fine if she didn't explain. Once she explained, Chen Mingyin coughed violently and almost laughed until she fainted. She said breathlessly, Yes, yes, yes. You two can do it now. I'm going upstairs. Ha! Lin Jiyun was about to cry and stomped her feet. I don't want to do it now. Then when do you want to do it? Chen Mingyin asked with a smile. Lin Jiyun found that the more she explained, the worse it was. It was better not to explain. Yang Ming on the side was stunned. It turned out that girls could be so fierce when they made jokes. In fact, the reason why Chen Mingyin was so open was entirely because she was facing Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming was the closest person to her. Chen Mingyin would not avoid anything in front of him. Lin Jiyun was also the closest person to Yang Ming. As a result, it was much more natural. Seeing Lin Jiyun's aggrieved crying face, Chen Mingyin couldn't tease her anymore. So she said, Okay, let's not joke anymore. We haven't had dinner yet. Let's go eat something together. Let's go. I'm hungry too. Yang Ming stood up and said, It's not far from the school. There are many restaurants nearby. Let's go and have a look. Lin Jiyun saw that everyone was no longer joking with her, so she naturally nodded. Wang Guifan returned to Zhao Ying's residence with some melancholy. She stroked the exquisite BMW car key and thought about how to talk to Zhao Ying. Mom, why did you go out so early in the morning? Why didn't you tell me and Dad? We were worried sick. Zhao Ying saw her mother come back and said quickly, Oh, it's like this. I went out to choose a car and a house for you. Wang Guifan said directly, What? You went to buy a car and a house? Zhao Ying was shocked. She thought last night that even if her mother went to buy a car and a house, she would find a way to stop it. But she didn't expect her mother to act so quickly. So she asked, You have already bought it? Yeah, the money has been paid. Wang Guifan shook the car key in her hand and said, I also bought one myself. Where did your money come from? Zhao Ying looked at the key in her mother's hand and was furious. Isn't this causing trouble for me? What is my relationship with Yang Ming? How can you just casually ask for things from others? When the time comes, how can I pay it back? I called Little Yang, and Little Yang directly asked someone to transfer the money. Wang Guifan said, Little Yang is so straightforward. AI. Zhao Ying sighed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be so indulgent with her mother. But what was he thinking? Ying, come in. Mom has something to talk to you about, Wang Guifan said. Zhao Ying frowned and followed. Although she didn't know what her mother was going to do, she wanted to talk to her mother about the car in the house. After entering the house, Wang Guifan closed the door and sat on the bed. Then she said to Zhao Ying, Ying, how is your relationship with little Yang? What do you mean, how is it? It's pretty good. Zhao Ying was somewhat inexplicable when she heard her mother's question. Chapter 758. Is it really good? Wang Guifan asked suspiciously. It's really good. Zhao Ying didn't know what her mother was going to do, so she nodded and said, Ying, then you tell me, how far has your relationship with Yang Ming developed? Wang Guifan lowered her voice and asked quietly, What do you mean? Zhao Ying's face was red. Apparently, she didn't want to talk about this issue, so she deliberately pretended not to know. What other step? That is, how close are the two of you? Wang Guifan didn't pay much attention to her daughter's expression. She thought that her daughter really didn't understand, so she explained, Mom, why are you asking these questions? Zhao Ying couldn't pretend not to understand this time. Her mother explained in detail. If she still didn't understand, then she was a fool. Of course, I have to ask, Wang Guifan said. Mom has to understand your current situation. Since you don't want to say, then I will ask. Have you held hands? Zhao Ying thought about it. Yang Ming really held her hand, but it seemed to be the kind of relationship between siblings. When they were robbed in high school, Yang Ming did hold her hand. In order to perfunctorily answer her mother, Zhao Ying nodded. Oh, then have you kissed? Wang Guifan continued to ask. Zhao Ying was stunned. She remembered the accident when she went to the temple fair with Yang Ming a few days ago. This kiss, although it was a bit of an accident, later on, no one could say it clearly. It was full of feelings. Only the two parties knew. After hesitating, Zhao Ying nodded. If this wasn't a kiss, then what was it? A kiss? It seemed to be the same. Wang Guifan nodded secretly. Fortunately, this silly daughter still knows how to kiss, so she continued to ask, Then, have you guys gone to bed? What? Zhao Ying widened her eyes and looked at her mother incredulously. After a while, she said, Mom, how can you ask this? Why can't I ask? Wang Guifan said, If I ask you, just tell me the truth. No. Zhao Ying shook her head. Not yet. Wang Guifan was also surprised. She frowned and said, Why not? Wang Guifan finally thought that she had found the crux of the problem. However, as long as the crux of the problem was found, there would always be a solution. What do you mean by not yet? Zhao Ying didn't understand what her mother meant. It was reasonable to say that premarital sex was something that every parent should resist, but looking at her mother's expression and tone, it seemed like she was complaining about why she didn't sleep with Yang Ming. Sigh. Wang Guifan sighed and said, Mom used to be your age. Especially a young and vigorous boy like Yang Ming. It's inevitable that he would have such thoughts and needs. If you don't give it to him, aren't you forcing him to find other women? The reason why Wang Guifan guessed so wasn't completely unreasonable. She was still very confident in her daughter's appearance and figure. She wasn't a national beauty, but at least she was one of the best. If she participated in a talent contest, it wouldn't be strange to get the first place. Therefore, Wang Guifan thought that the reason why Yang Ming went to find other women was because her daughter wasn't willing to be closer to him. Which man would be able to endure it? Mom, what do you want to say? Zhao Ying saw that her mother's words were getting more and more outrageous, so she couldn't help but stop. What did I say? Don't you understand? Wang Guifan shook her head and said, Do you know what I heard when I bought the house today? What did they say? Zhao Ying was inexplicable. They said that Yang Ming has a villa in the place where I bought the house. Moreover, he bought it with his girlfriend. Wang Guifan said in a hurry, And that girlfriend isn't you, but a girl surnamed Chun. Zhao Ying was stunned and said, You know it? What do you mean I know it? What do I know? Wang Guifan was stunned when she heard Zhao Ying's words. She immediately understood. So, you know about this matter? Zhao Ying didn't know how to explain it. Just now, when her mother suddenly mentioned this matter, Zhao Ying was shocked. She inadvertently said the wrong thing and exposed herself. Ying, why are you so stupid? Yang Ming has an affair with another woman behind your back. It's fine. Why don't you care when you know it? Wang Guifan said resentfully. What are you thinking? Mom, Zhao Ying couldn't speak because Chun Mingyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend. How was she? What qualifications did she have to care about others? However, how could she tell her mother? What you? What me? Since you know about this matter, then it can't be ignored. Wang Guifan said, even if you acquiesce to this matter, at least you have to talk to Xiao Yang. You have to always maintain the image that you are his legitimate girlfriend. What have you become now? You see, he bought a villa for the little vixen, but he didn't buy one for you. How can this be? You call him now and ask him to come over. If you can't say it, I will say it for you. Wang Guifan's calculation was to use this matter to get some benefits from Yang Ming. The reason was very simple. If you bought a villa for a woman outside, then you have to buy a manor for Zhao Ying, right? Mom, can you stop messing around? When she heard that she had to call Yang Ming, Zhao Ying was anxious. I will handle my own matter. Can you not participate in it? Why can't I participate? I am your mother. How could Wang Guifan let it go? Since she had caught Yang Ming's weakness, how could she give up if she didn't use it to get more benefits for herself and her daughter? If you don't call, I will. Seeing that her mother was really going to make a call, Zhao Ying simply said, Mom, don't call. Chun Mingyan is Yang Ming's real girlfriend. What? Chun Mingyan? Who is it? Wang Guifan was stunned. She didn't expect there to be a sudden change. Mom, it is the girl surnamed Chun that you said. She is Yang Ming's girlfriend. Since Zhao Ying confessed, she didn't care. Her? What about you? What happened to you? Wang Guifan asked in amazement. I temporarily called Yang Ming to pretend to be my boyfriend. I wanted to fool you and Dad. Zhao Ying lowered her head and whispered, what you said is true? Wang Guifan asked numbly. Yes. Zhao Ying nodded. It is pretending? Wang Guifan suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning. She covered her chest, and her face became pale. How could this be? Wang Guifan didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. Although Wang Guifan thought before that maybe Yang Ming wouldn't give up the girl surnamed Chun, this was nothing. Zhao Ying was wronged. As long as Yang Ming's feelings for Zhao Ying were real, she would accept it. However, the current situation was that the girl surnamed Chun was Yang Ming's boyfriend. Her daughter and he were just pretending to be a couple. How could Wang Guifan accept this? Today, she just enjoyed the benefits of being rich and powerful. She just thought that the rest of her life was settled. She could be a superior person, but it turned into nothing? How could Wang Guifan bear this? This feeling of losing something after having it was the most uncomfortable. Ying, who didn't lie to Mom, right? Wang Guifan looked at her daughter absent-mindedly. Mom, I didn't lie to you. Zhao Ying looked at her mother. How could she not understand the loss in her heart? Sometimes, Zhao Ying could understand her mother's greed and snobbery. After all, she had suffered for most of her life. So, she said, Mom, don't be like this. In the future, I will earn a lot of money for you. Ying, you don't understand. No matter how much you earn, can you afford to buy a villa? Can you afford a BMW? Wang Guifan shook her head. This feeling of being rich and powerful, you won't understand. Mom, let's return the car and the house tomorrow, or return them to Yang Ming. Zhao Ying sighed. This is my fault, no. After Wang Guifan heard Zhao Ying's words, she suddenly thought of something and said, since he pretended to be your boyfriend, why did he buy you a car and a house? How would I know? Maybe he has money? Zhao Ying couldn't explain it clearly. Otherwise, she wouldn't be upset. Has money? Just buy things for others with money? Wang Guifan shook her head. Who is a fool? Buying a house and a car for an unrelated person? Even if he has money to burn, he won't do this kind of thing, right? Then, I don't know. Zhao Ying shook her head. Right, Ying, you said before that you held hands and kissed. What happened? Wang Guifan was snobbish, but she was still a little smart. Those were accidents. Zhao Ying hesitated. Accidents? I don't think it's that simple, right? Wang Guifan seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw and quickly asked, "You tell Mom in detail. What happened?" Zhao Ying and Wang Guifan were mother and daughter after all. Zhao Ying was also very upset these 2 days. She couldn't figure out the things between Yang Ming and herself. Now that there was someone to talk to, Zhao Ying simply didn't hide it. She told us several things that she and Yang Ming had experienced. The more Wang Guifan listened, the more relaxed her frowning brows became. After listening to the end, she showed a faint smile. "Ying, tell Mom a truth. Do you like Xiaoyang?" Zhao Ying bit her lip and softly said "If I guess correctly, Xiaoyang also likes you, right?" Wang Guifan asked with a smile. I don't know." Zhao Ying shook her head. "Silly daughter." Wang Guifan shook her head and sighed. "Isn't this obvious? If he doesn't like you, why did he ask you to go to the temple fair? If he doesn't like you, why did he take on these trivial matters? Is it so easy to pretend to be someone else's boyfriend? Besides, he is willing to spend a lot of money for you. If he has no feelings for you, will he do this?" Chapter 759. Yang Ming is a very good person. Zhao Ying hesitated and said. Although she was also somewhat inclined to her mother's point of view, this was after all a guess. Besides, even if this was the case, what could she do? Yang Ming's girlfriend was Chun Mingyan. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. No matter how good the person is, I have never heard of anyone buying a house and a car for a beggar. Wang Guifan saw it clearly. Mom is telling you that Xiaoyang must be interested in you. What can you do? Zhao Ying simply didn't argue with her mother about this issue. She just said, "Yang Ming has a girlfriend now." "Yeah, as you said, so what if he has a girlfriend?" Wang Guifan said with some disdain. "A girlfriend isn't a wife. As long as you aren't married, you have a chance to compete." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Zhao Ying was stunned, and then immediately said with a straight face, "You want me to destroy other people's relationship? How can this be? Why can't it be done? If Xiaoyang doesn't like you, you are shamelessly sticking to him. That is destroying other people's relationship. But you are different. You are in love with each other. How can you say that you are destroying it?" Wang Guifan said. "Mom, can you not come up with these bad ideas?" Zhao Ying frowned. Yang Ming is not the kind of person who likes the new and gets tired of the old. Let's not talk about whether I can succeed or not. Even if I succeed, how can you guarantee that there won't be another girl in the future to take Yang Ming away from me? Wang Guifan obviously didn't think of the more profound meaning of this layer. She just considered the immediate benefits. Since Zhao Ying analyzed it like this, she had to consider it carefully. Indeed, what Zhao Ying said was very reasonable. If her daughter's intervention could make Yang Ming abandon the girl surnamed Chun, then he might abandon Zhao Ying one day in the future. However, if she didn't do this, what else could she do? Wang Guifan couldn't bear to see the glory and wealth at her fingertips disappear overnight. Now that she finally saw a glimmer of hope, how could she give up so easily? Ying, you don't have to worry so much. A woman's happiness sometimes has to be fought for by herself. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Wang Guifan gritted her teeth and said. She really didn't want her daughter to become like her in the future, snobbish and greedy, but there was no other way. She lived like a dog for a little money. She did not want her present to become her daughter's future. Although on the one hand, Wang Guifan couldn't give up the temptation of wealth in front of her, but more importantly, she was planning for her daughter's future. In fact, this worry was also due to some kind of abnormal psychology. With Zhao Ying's current conditions, not to mention finding a rich man, at least finding a white-collar or civil servant with a stable income was more than enough. However, Wang Guifan was a little too worried. "Mom, I actually have a plan. Can you not add to the trouble?" Zhao Ying hesitated and confessed. Since her mother did not object to the matter between her and Yang Ming, and even facilitated it, Zhao Ying no longer hid her thoughts. "Oh." Wang Guifan was a little surprised after listening to her daughter's words. "You already have a plan? What's the plan? Tell Mom about it." "Mom." Zhao Ying thought about it and gritted her teeth. "If I don't get married for a lifetime, will you scold me?" Don't get married for a lifetime? Wang Guifan was stunned at first, and then faintly understood Zhao Ying's meaning. You mean you want to do it for little Yang, Mom? In fact, in addition to Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming also has a woman. Zhao Ying simply said all she knew. Although the relationship between her mother and herself was not very harmonious, if she really went to that step in the future, she must pass the test of her parents. She could not go home for a lifetime, right? So, before that, she had to get her mother's support. There is more. Wang Guifan frowned after listening. To be honest, Wang Guifan did not object to her daughter's approach, but she was quite critical about Yang Ming having a woman outside. Then, will he still be good to you? Yang Ming, he is not that kind of person. Zhao Ying was very familiar with Yang Ming's temperament, so she said with certainty, well, since you have your own idea, Mom won't say anything more. Although Wang Guifan was a little unwilling, this result was acceptable. Besides, she was not a fool. She could see that Yang Ming was really good to Zhao Ying. He didn't just want to play with her. Wang Guifan also had some understanding of these rich children. She knew that if they just wanted to play with women, it was impossible to spend so much money, and it was even more impossible to be so patient after not getting started for so long. Mom, are you saying that you support me? Zhao Ying was overjoyed. The most important hurdle of her parents was actually passed just like that. Of course, I support you, but Ying, Mom still has to remind you. Wang Guifan said, although little Yang is really good to you now, you also have to remember that you must take what you should take. Otherwise, when you break up in the future, you won't have a stable life. Oh, Zhao Ying said so, but she didn't take it to heart at all. How could Wang Guifan not see it? But she also knew that it was useless to say more now, so she simply didn't say it. She planned to nag later when she had time. Then Mom will go first. You can think about it again. Wang Guifan stood up, pushed the door, and went out, leaving Zhao Ying in a quiet daze in the room. Originally, he thought that at this time, the restaurants near the school would be very quiet and even closed early. But after Yang Ming drove over, he found that every shop was in full swing. Many years later, some rural students who returned to school early came here to do short-term work as greeters to earn some tuition. 3 of you, please come in. 3 of you, what do you want to eat? Our restaurant specialty, roasted lamb leg, is the best. Such voices came one after another. Yang Ming didn't know what to eat. In the face of a group of enthusiastic girls, Yang Ming really couldn't refuse anyone. He had to look at Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. Which one shall we eat? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. How about hot pot? Chen Mingyan was also a little embarrassed. Each greeter cast an expectant look. The closest one to them was a hot pot restaurant. Okay, Lin Jiyun didn't care. She was not picky. Yang Ming knew that these bosses gave these greeters a commission in order to attract customers. Therefore, every time they attracted a customer, they would get a lot of income. Seeing that the 3 people had made a decision, the other greeters showed a disappointed expression on their faces, but there was no other way. Every industry had its own rules. They couldn't just rob from others, right? The greeter of the hot pot restaurant was happy. After all, Yang Ming and the others were eating here, so they got a commission of 10 yuan. Yang Ming and the others were about to enter, but they heard a noise coming from the side. Who are you? Can you not bother me? Another voice said, Son, I am your father. Why don't you even recognize your father? Both voices were very familiar. Yang Ming couldn't help but turn his head. His expression was very surprised. The 2 people who were arguing over there were actually Chun Afu and Chen Dazhuang. Chun Afu was wearing a waiter's uniform at the moment, and Chen Dazhuang grabbed his hand and refused to let go. Chen Mingyan also heard the conversation between the 2 people. She also looked at Chun Afu and Chen Dazhuang with a stunned expression. Chen Afu and Chen Dazhuang are father and son? This was something that Yang Ming couldn't think of in any case. The 2 people pulled and quarreled. Chen Afu impatiently shook off Chen Dazhuang's hand. Then he got into a taxi parked on the side of the road and quickly left here. Chen Dazhuang, on the other hand, had a face full of sighs and worries. He staggered as he watched Chun Afu's car leave. Then, he slowly walked away. Your second uncle? and Chen Afu are father and son? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan strangely. How would I know? Chen Mingyan shook her head. She also looked suspicious. Second uncle was sentenced when I was very young, and my second aunt took the child and ran away with someone else. We have lost contact since then. Besides, this kind of cousin is not very close. I don't know much about it. Otherwise, how can I not know that I am related to Chen Afu after being in the same class for so long? Yang Ming nodded. Chen Mingyan was also telling the truth. This kind of cousin, if you want to talk about it, even people who couldn't reach each other could be considered as distant. They weren't familiar with each other, not to mention that her second aunt ran away with another man. After that, they lost contact, so it was normal that they didn't know each other. However, it was really amazing that Chen Afu and Chen Dazhuang could be connected together. Yang Ming shrugged and didn't take it seriously. He couldn't care about the private affairs of other people. He walked into the hot pot restaurant with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun and left this matter behind. Chen Afu was really baffled today. Out of nowhere, a person suddenly appeared and claimed to be his father. There was no end to the dilly-dallying. He still had things to do urgently. His master, Elder Yu, was in a hurry to find him, so Chen Afu had to rush over as soon as possible. He could only get rid of this inexplicable man first. Recently, there were always police cars patrolling on the road with flashing lights parked on the side of the road, which made it difficult for Chen Afu to make a move on the cars on the road. Elder Yu was probably looking for him for this reason. Although Chen Afu didn't know what kind of evil voodoo Elder Yu practiced, Chen Afu was still very happy to do this kind of mutually beneficial thing. Chen Afu felt that he was like the king of hell who controlled the life and death of others. As long as he appeared, someone would die. Chapter 760. I say, buddy, have you heard of a haunted incident recently? The taxi driver passed through a relatively secluded alley and was a little scared. He couldn't help but chat with Chen Afu, who was sitting behind him. Recently, Songjiang had a rumor of a haunted incident. It was said that when driving at night, it was easy to encounter a ghost. It was said to be a legend, especially among the taxi drivers who worked the night shift. They were on the road every day, so naturally, they paid special attention to these things. When they were eating together, the taxi driver also heard others talk about a haunted incident. Previously, at the entrance of the restaurant, there was a lot of noise. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Now that there was no one in this alley, how could he not be afraid? Haunted? The corner of Chen Afu's mouth curled into a sinister sneer as he calmly asked, "What kind of ghost?" I haven't seen it, but I heard that it was scary. It only had half of the head, and it was bloody. When the driver said this, he couldn't help but shudder. Oh, that's quite interesting. Chen Afu smiled and said, "Interesting? I say, little brother, you didn't see it. After seeing it, you will be scared to death." The taxi driver snorted. "Really?" Chen Afu said faintly, "Stop the car." "Stop the car? Aren't you going to West Star Mountain?" The taxi driver asked curiously. "It's still far from West Star Mountain. I suddenly remembered that I have to do something here." Chen Afu grinned. "Oh, okay." The taxi driver stopped the car. Since the customer wanted to get off here, what opinion did he have? Chen Afu paid the taxi fare and then said to himself, I didn't bring Helm money. What? What did you say?" The taxi driver was stunned. His face was a little nervous. He looked at Chen Afu and said, "Little brother, it's late at night. Don't joke around. It's creepy." "I'm not joking." Chen Afu opened the door and got off, but he didn't close the door. "Is there anything else?" The taxi driver was a little baffled. "Oh, I just wanted to ask you. That ghost, does it look like this?" Chen Afu suddenly asked. "What the hell?" The driver raised his head inexplicably, but he suddenly realized that Chen Afu's face, which was originally fine, had suddenly become bloody. Half of his head was overflowing with brain matter. "Ah!" The driver let out a strange cry and instinctively wanted to escape quickly. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car flew out quickly, but he didn't pay attention to the front. With a bang, the car hit a large garbage dump, and the front of the car immediately caved in. "TSK, TSK. Chen Afu shook his head and scolded. "Idiot, can't you tell the difference between an illusion?" After he was done, he felt a little smug. The illusion brought by this goo technique was really not for show. It was much more effective than those hypnotic techniques. These low-level voodoo had no lethality, but it was enough to scare people. After Chun Afu learned it, he used it vividly. Chun Afu took out his mobile phone and dialed Elder Yu's phone number. "Hey, Master, it's me, Fu. I just killed someone on the ancient Han Road. Why are you here now?" Xiaoshui looked at the messy scene and was at a loss. It was really difficult to find witnesses in this kind of backstreet alley. If it were normal times, it might be treated as an ordinary traffic accident and the criminal police department would not be notified, but now it was a sensitive period. The traffic police who came saw that the scene was suspicious and immediately called Xiaoshui. Because of this, although Elder Yu absorbed part of the blood of the dead body to quench sinister voodoo, he left some leeway, so the body did not mutate like Su Daji's body on West Star Mountain. This was also done by Elder Yu in order not to attract too much attention from the police. Although the effect was not as obvious as before, it was a long-term plan. If there were mutated corpses everywhere, some mysterious departments might be sent to participate in the investigation. At that time, there was no telling what would happen. After Xia Shui took photos of the scene, the rest was handed over to the forensic doctor to find out the cause of death before the next decision could be made. While eating, Yang Ming received a call from Wang Guifan. "Little Yang, it's me, Ying Ying's mother," Wang Guifan said with a smile. "Oh, Auntie, hello. What's the matter?" Although Yang Ming was not very impressed with Wang Guifan's character, he was still very polite to her because of her relationship with Zhao Ying. "This is the case. I was thinking that since the house is bought, shouldn't we decorate it and add some household items?" Wang Guifan said very righteously. "I'm sorry, Annie. I almost forgot." Yang Ming's own house was also renovated for a long time after he bought it. He just bought a bunch of household items today. After the house was bought, it could not be moved in directly, so Yang Ming did not think much about it and said directly, "How much does it cost?" "This, I haven't calculated it." Wang Guifan wanted to ask for 200,000 first, but she didn't open her mouth. "So, I will ask someone to send you 1 million first. If it's not enough, you can call me." Yang Ming estimated the price according to the standard of his villa. Wang Guifan was delighted. This was far more than her budget. The rest of the money, wouldn't it be? Yang Ming wouldn't ask for it back. "That's fine. I will wait. I will ask someone to contact you now. Is this the number?" Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID on the phone and asked. Yes. Wang Guifan said quickly. "Okay, you wait for a while." After Yang Ming finished, he called Bao Sanli and asked him to find someone to do it. Originally, Wang Guifan had some doubts about whether Yang Ming could be good to her daughter in the future. Now that Yang Ming gave her 1 million without hesitation, she no longer thought about it and waited for the phone call happily. Not long after, someone who claimed to be Mr. Yang's subordinate called and asked for Wang Guifan's location. He said that he would immediately send the bank card to her. Sure enough, after less than 20 minutes, someone knocked on the door. A young man in black handed a bank card to Wang Guifan respectfully. Wang Guifan was so excited that her hands trembled a little. After sending the person away, she picked up the phone excitedly and checked the balance on the card. There was actually 1,200,000. The bank was closed at night. Bao Samli couldn't open a new card, so he simply found a card with a similar amount and sent it to Wang Guifan. Anyway, he didn't care about the small change. Wang Guifan really wanted to scream loudly. As she was excited, Zhaoying came over and looked at her mother strangely. She asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "Oh no, nothing," Wang Guifan said quickly. "What are you holding in your hand? A bank card?" Zhaoying saw the bank card in her mother's hand and couldn't help but frown. "What happened?" This is the case. Xiao Yang gave me 1,200,000 to renovate the house." Wang Guifan knew that even if she hid it, her daughter wouldn't know from Yang Ming, so she simply said it. The renovation cost more than 1 million. Zhao Ying looked at her mother in amazement, but she immediately understood something. She couldn't help but say with some displeasure, "Mom, how can you be like this? How many things have you asked for from Yang Ming today?" Now you still want money? My daughter has been given to him. What's wrong with me asking for some things? Wang Guifan disagreed. Zhao Ying looked at her mother's appearance and knew that it was useless to say more. She couldn't help but sigh. The relationship between herself and Yang Ming is getting more and more unclear. How can I face it in the future? Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun still had to go home at night. Chun Fei had nothing to do, so Mother Chen didn't have to accompany him overnight. In the senior management ward, there were specialized nurses taking care of him 24 hours a day. There wouldn't be any major problems. Therefore, Chen Mingyan had to go home, and she couldn't bring Yang Ming home with her. As for Lin Jiyun, when she saw that Chun Mingyan had gone back, she was embarrassed to live alone with Yang Ming. Especially after the joke of whether or not was made, Lin Jiyun didn't want to be laughed at by Chen Mingyan. After sending off the two women, Yang Ming drove home alone. When he passed by the Hanshi Ancient Road, he saw many police cars parked on the side of the road with flashing lights. A taxi that was smashed beyond recognition had been pulled into a tow truck. Among the crowd, Xia Shui's figure was among them. Xia Shui. Yang Ming opened the window and shouted at Xia Shui. Xia Shui heard the shout and looked back. She saw Yang Ming. She came over with a bitter smile. Why? Are you passing by? And I'm going home. I passed by here and saw you by chance. Yang Ming explained, so I said hello. You're frowning. Why? What's wrong? Isn't it because of the investigation of the haunting? Xia Shui lowered her voice and said. She had nothing to hide from Yang Ming. The relationship between Chun Fei and Yang Ming was there, so Yang Ming was clear about Chen Fei's matter. Yang Ming was also present that day. Recently, there have been public opinions and rumors in Songjiang City. If it isn't solved as soon as possible, there will be big problems. Haunting again? Yang Ming frowned and seemed to think of something. However, there were too many things recently, and some of his thoughts were unclear. He had to comfort her. Don't be too tired. Have a good rest. How old are you? Don't be so tired that you have wrinkles and can't find a husband. If I can't find a husband, I will find you. Xia Shui clenched her teeth and said fiercely. Yang Ming let out an ah. Only then did he realize that his words were a bit ambiguous. Last time, he almost had something with Xia Shui, which made the relationship between them somewhat unnatural. Xia Shui was just joking, but when she saw Yang Ming's awkward look, she couldn't help but think of some past events. Her face turned red, and she explained, I mean, if I have no food in the future, I will find you. But you promised me. It was fine if she didn't explain. Once she explained, it became more ambiguous. Chapter 761. Ugh, no problem. After Yang Ming listened, he couldn't help but remember the previous scene. He nodded awkwardly. But fortunately, Yang Ming's face was getting thicker and thicker, so there wasn't too much unnaturalness. After Xia Shui explained, she probably felt that her explanation was easy to misunderstand, especially since her relationship with Yang Ming wasn't so pure. Originally, Xia Shui and Yang Ming didn't have to worry too much about what they said and did. Therefore, she didn't think about whether the words long-term meal ticket would cause any ambiguity in the association. Xia Shui didn't understand anything, but she was more careless in the past. She didn't care much about this, but now it was different. She thought about what she said. It seemed that it was a bit too easy to cause misunderstandings, so she coughed twice and said, Then, I'm on duty now. Let's talk another day. Xia Shui was much more mature than half a year ago. She had some leadership qualities in her gestures. When this sentence was said, it didn't seem abrupt. Instead, it was very natural. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Xia Shui. If there is anything, call me. In fact, if you don't always go against me, we can still be good friends. We can drink together another day. Xia Shui nodded. Hee hee. Xia Shui smiled and waved to Yang Ming. Okay, then it's settled. Looking at the tow truck that was far away, Yang Ming hesitated. The shabby taxi had a feeling of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Yang Ming shook his head. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Things like taxis are everywhere on the street. It's not surprising that I have a feeling of déjà vu. When he got home, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa in the living room and talking about something. His father frowned and held a cigarette in his hand. He seemed to be troubled. His mother, on the other hand, was unhappy. She said to herself, "If you let him come, then I won't go to work. Now, there are many units that invite me. But now it's not just a classmate relationship. His family also has some connections. It's reasonable for me to refuse." Yang Dahai said helplessly, "That won't do either. You know what Qin Xinxing was like when he was in school? Sticking to me all day long." Mother Yang said with some disgust, "What era was that? What's more, old Qin is married now. He just came back from studying in Japan a few years ago. He's a lot more mature now." Yang Dahai said, "Now, the general manager of the X-Steel factory, who is cooperating with the factory, is his brother-in-law. How can I refuse?" "Dad, Mom, what are you arguing about?" After Yang Ming entered the house, he quickly asked, "One of your mother's pursuers wanted to enter the company and take a senior position. Your mother and I are discussing what to do." Yang Dahai didn't hide it from Yang Ming. He had already regarded Yang Ming as an adult. "Oh, I just heard that his family has some connections." "What's going on?" asked Yang Ming. "This is the case. After the company's reform, the steel factory that originally cooperated with the company can no longer meet the company's production needs in terms of raw steel supply. We can only contact another steel factory." Yang Dahai explained, "You also know that the current steel factory is a monopoly enterprise. It's basically a seller's market situation. Although our relationship with the local government isn't weak, the steel factory is in another province. We can't let the leaders put pressure on others. In this negotiation, the other party's general manager put forward a condition. There's no problem with the supply, but his brother-in-law just came back from studying in Japan this year. He studied marketing. He recommended him to work here. In fact, it was said that he recommended a talent. In fact, it was clear that he was using it as an exchange condition. If I don't agree, there won't be any future business." "How much does he want a yearly salary?" asked Yang Ming. "About 1 million, but this doesn't matter. The company doesn't lack this money. Even if he comes and doesn't do anything, it's still okay to raise a person." Yang Dahai said until here and said, "So I agreed before, but I didn't expect that when we had lunch together, I found that the person who came was actually your mother's and my former classmate, Qin Xinxing. Then you hesitated, and my mother was a little unhappy, right? Is that so?" Yang Ming said with a smile after listening. Yang Dahai laughed twice and agreed with Yang Ming's point of view. "Dad, Mom, I won't say much about this, but I think that I'm already so old. My mother isn't the kind of person who likes to do scandals, so it's not a big deal." Yang Ming said, "That's also true. You see, you're not as good as a child." Yang Dahai said to Mother Yang, "Do you think I don't know your character? It's impossible to do anything with old Qian. If something could happen, it would have happened long ago. Would you still marry me in the past? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just afraid that he will have some ideas and affect my work. Do you think I'm afraid that something will happen between me and him?" Mother Yang said angrily, "This time, in order to prove my innocence, I really have to let him come. Otherwise, it would seem that I have a guilty conscience." Yang Dahai didn't expect that his son's words would stimulate his wife to agree. He smiled and said, "Then it's settled. I can also reply to people. However, if he really has any bad signs, just fire him directly. There's no need to leave any face." Yang Ming said, "As for the manager, leave it to me." Yang Ming's consistent point of view was that if you can't negotiate, then you have to use violence. Generally speaking, this kind of rich corporate executives were more afraid of death. The method of using violence to control evil was most suitable for them. In particular, these people usually didn't dare to call the police, fearing that it would lead to a fatal disaster. Although Yang Dahai didn't know what solution his son had, during this time, Yang Ming's calmness made Yang Dahai completely relieved. Yang Ming went back to the bedroom and turned on the computer. He wondered if Wild Female Teacher could come online again. However, when Yang Ming logged into QQ, he saw a gray profile picture of Not Online. Yang Ming sent a message and asked if the other party was online, but he didn't get an answer. Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little regret. Why didn't he ask more about the other party's information when they were chatting and playing cards? You are here. Yang Ming opened a new message from, I'm a superstar. There's no true love in this world. And I'm here. Yang Ming returned a message. I'm a superstar. What are you doing? I haven't seen you online for a long time. There's no true love in this world. I've been busy recently, so I haven't been online. How are you recently? I'm a superstar. AI, aren't you busy with the concert? I'm tired to death. Yang Ming looked at the message sent by, I'm a superstar. He couldn't help but laugh. He thought, how can you still be so good at pretending? Yang Ming didn't think that the other party would be a superstar. The reason was very simple. Which star had the time to chat with a strange netizen online? However, Yang Ming was still very cooperative and sent a message. Concert. Where is it? Can I go and see it? I'm a superstar. Can you come? That's great. I will ask someone to send you a ticket. You tell me the address. Yang Ming was stunned. No way. It's so realistic? So he continued. Okay, I'm in Songjiang, but I'm going to see Shuya's concert tomorrow. Your concert can only be postponed for a few days. I'm a superstar. There's no true love in this world. Are you angry with me? I'm a superstar. No, I just want to say that I will hold a concert in Songjiang tomorrow. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. This netizen is really funny. Does he think I'm Shuya? There's no true love in this world. You don't want to tell me that you are Shuya, right? I'm a superstar. What do you think? There's no true love in this world. Okay, see you tomorrow. I'll sit in the VIP seat. See if you can recognize me. I'm a superstar. It's a deal. I have to rest. See you tomorrow. Yang Ming simply took this as a joke. Shuya? She knows how to chat with me? And it's a good netizen? The next night, before 17 o'clock, there was a sea of people at the entrance of the district stadium. Although the concert was scheduled to officially open at 18 o'clock, those excited fans didn't wait at home at all. They all came to the square at the entrance of the stadium early. In the square, on the large advertising screen, Shuya was beautiful and dignified, kind and natural. The fans spontaneously put up long slogans under the billboards. Shuya, we love you. Shuya, welcome to Songjiang. Such banners could be seen everywhere. The entertainment reporters also rushed to the scene early. They set up their cameras and were ready to get the first-hand news. Although there were many people in the square, these people were not messy. Instead, they stood together in groups. Because they were all fans of Shuya, they all came here with the same expectations and purpose. Even so, Bao Sanli still sent all the bodyguards of the Mingyang Security Company to maintain order at the scene. The relevant departments in the city also gave instructions. This was the largest national concert held by Songjiang in recent years. No mistakes were allowed, because this concert brought immeasurable economic value to Songjiang's tourism, catering, and hotel industries. The hotels that usually had less than 30% occupancy rate were now full. Although Bao Sanli didn't need to listen to anyone, it was also very good to have a good relationship with the competent departments of some companies. Bao Sanli's company was being bleached. It had to be said that this was also a good opportunity. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan came to the scene early because Yang Ming said that he would come. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for these two heavyweights to appear together. Chapter 762. There was no doubt that the concert was very successful in terms of promotion and planning. This was the first time that Shuya held a concert in the mainland, and the first stop was actually chosen in Songjiang, a small place that was not well known. While everyone was puzzled, they had to come here from afar. After all, this was the first concert, and the sensation it brought was unparalleled. Although Shuya had stops in many cities after that, the second stop was Macau. This made many of Shuya's fans somewhat impatient. If they wanted to see the concert as soon as possible, they could only come to Songjiang. After all, the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan passes were not so easy to get in any city. Just like when Yang Ming went to Hong Kong, Songjiang was a prefecture-level city. It was very troublesome to get a Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan visa for personal travel. This couldn't help but make people feel a sense of detour. It was much closer to go directly from Hong Kong to Macau than to go to Songjiang and then go to Macau. This also led to a lot of doubts and speculations. They all guessed what special significance Song Jiang had for Shuya. However, the most sensitive tabloid reporters couldn't find any valuable clues. On the one hand, Shu Haiku's power in Hong Kong was great. No one dared to touch confidential things. On the other hand, they really couldn't dig up any clues. After Shuya arrived in Songjiang, the people she contacted were nothing more than the organizers here. There were no others. Now, Shuya endorsed Lu Weishan Jewelry and Ming Yang Heavy Industry. Most people thought that the reason why Shuya chose here as her first stop was because she had a cooperative relationship with the two companies here. Yang Ming looked at the dark crowd outside the car window and said to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jian, "Let's not get off the car. I will call Bao Sanli to come out and pick us up. Let's enter the stadium from the dedicated staff passage. This atmosphere makes people feel good. I want to go down and take a look." Chen Mingyan was infected by the atmosphere at the scene. She was also a fan of Shuya, but she was not so crazy. But when she saw that the people at the scene were cheering for Shuya, she couldn't help but want to be one of them. Yang Ming hesitated. Although there were fans of Shuya here, Yang Ming was still worried about the safety of Chen Mingyan. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. "I want to go down and take a look." Lin Jian spoke at this moment. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jian strangely because he knew Lin Jian's character very well. He knew that she wasn't someone who liked to join in the fun. Lin Jian's right. Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot's dedicated area for work vehicles. This BMW was the original car of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan, so the security guards of the scene knew it. They didn't need to show their ID, and no one came up to check. After parking the car, a sharp-eyed security guard who recognized Yang Ming ran over. "Brother Yang, President Bao and President Ho have arrived. They're waiting for you." "Oh, they're already here?" Yang Ming didn't expect Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan to come so early. He thought about it and said, "I will walk around nearby first. I will look for them later." "Okay, Brother Yang." The security guard nodded. He thought that after Yang Ming left, he would inform Bao Sanli. Yang Ming accompanied Lin Jian and Chen Mingyan to the square. In the square, there were some vendors selling light sticks and small flags. For these things, the security guard saw them, but they didn't drive these vendors away. After all, this contributed to the atmosphere of the scene. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jian bought a light stick and a small flag. They shook it in their hands with satisfaction. Yang Ming found it funny. It seemed that the guests in the first row of the VIP seats rarely brought these things into the venue. As everyone knew, the first row of the VIP seats in the concert were some people with status. The tickets in this row weren't sold to the public. Generally, they were the higher-ups of the organizer. "Do you want a ticket?" A young man with a cigarette in his mouth walked over to Yang Ming and the other two people and asked in a low voice. "Ticket? What ticket?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Coming here, what else can it be? Of course, it is the concert ticket. There aren't many. If you want it, hurry up," the young man said. "How much is it?" Yang Ming asked casually. 800, the ordinary seats upstairs. The young man said, 800? So expensive? The normal ticket price is only 300, right? Yang Ming frowned. He had long heard that the scalpers were very black-hearted, but he didn't expect it to be so black-hearted. TSK, that still needs to be calculated, right? Can you buy it for 300 now? The young man said disdainfully. That's not right, right? I heard that the ticket sales are very strict this time. One person can only buy 2 tickets. Is there a strict control of ticket scalpers? Yang Ming asked, baffled. In the beginning, Bao Sanli vowed that the ticket sales were public, and he was determined to crack down on ticket scalpers. When he just arrived, he met a ticket seller. Our boss's father is. The young man just said half a sentence, and he was interrupted by a young man wearing sunglasses behind him. Don't talk nonsense. The young man in sunglasses patted the young man's shoulder and stopped him. Boss, The young man's face suddenly turned pale. He remembered that the boss told them to be low-key. Forget it. The young man in sunglasses waved his hand and then looked at Yang Ming. Why are you asking so much? If you believe it, then buy it. If you don't believe it, then leave. We have tickets. Yang Ming glanced at the young man in sunglasses and remembered his appearance. Although the big pair of sunglasses blocked half of his face, it was useless for Yang Ming. Yang Ming wanted to get some information, but now it seemed impossible. This young man in sunglasses was very vigilant. Why are you still wasting time with us when you have tickets? Let's go. We're still doing business here. The young man waved his hand impatiently. When Yang Ming walked away, the young man scolded, "Idiot! Idiot? He isn't." The young man in sunglasses shook his head. "I have seen him. He seems to have a good relationship with Ho Jinhan." That won't involve you, right?" The young man was stunned. "Why should I be afraid of him? My dad is the vice president of the company. Ho Jinhan can't offend my dad because of such a small matter." The young man in sunglasses said indifferently. Indeed, Yang Ming didn't tell Bao Sanli about the scene he saw, but he silently remembered it in his heart. But he didn't expect that one day, this scene would become his trump card. After walking around the square, most of the people he met were Shuya's fans in this area who were recruiting members. Although Lin Jiyun and Chun Mingyin also liked Shuya, they weren't crazy enough to join the fan club. After all, celebrities were out of reach. Even if they chased Shuya crazily, they wouldn't chase Shuya all the way home. Shuya was still everyone's Shuya, so Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun wouldn't do such meaningless things. The groups in the square were mostly gathered in the name of various fan clubs. Chun Mingyin and the others didn't join other people's fan clubs. Naturally, they couldn't participate in other people's activities. At this time, Bao Sanli called and asked where Yang Ming was. Yang Ming asked about his current location, and then he went with Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun to meet him. At the entrance of the staff passage, he saw Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. Both of them were standing there. Presumably, they didn't dare to go into rest because he hadn't arrived yet. Unconsciously, Yang Ming found that his prestige had been established. Now, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan had more awe than respect for him. Had he been waiting for a long time? Yang Ming smiled. Not yet. Bao Sanli smiled. Just now, there was a subordinate who informed us that Brother Yang had arrived. So we came out. Yang Ming nodded and then suddenly thought of something. Right? Send me a copy of Ming Yang Entertainment's personnel information tomorrow. Why? Brother Yang, do you have a problem with anyone? Bao Sanli was shocked. I'm afraid that someone didn't do a good job, and Yang Ming found out about it. That's not it. I'm just looking around and understanding it. Yang Ming said indifferently. The topic was over. Yang Ming and the others entered the stadium through the staff passage. Right, do you want an autograph? Yang Ming suddenly thought of something and turned to Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun. Can I? Chun Mingyin was delighted. After all, girls had vanity. A copy of Shuya's autograph was enough to make many people envious. Of course, no problem. Yang Ming turned and asked Bao Sanli, Where's Shuya? In the dressing room, just over there. I'll take you there. Bao Sanli pointed to the front and said. Su Li knew Yang Ming, so when Yang Ming pushed the door and came in, she didn't stop him. Instead, Shuya had her back to the door and asked, Su Li, who is it? It's Mr. Yang, Su Li said. Shuya was looking down at the concert list. When she heard the words, she turned around and was delighted. However, when she saw the two beauties behind Yang Ming, she was a little worried. However, there was nothing unnatural on her face. Yang Ming, you are here? And my girlfriend said that she wanted your autograph. So, I brought them to find you. Although Yang Ming was polite, his behavior was not polite at all. He sat on the sofa in the dressing room. It turned out to be like this. Of course, there's no problem. When Shuya heard this, her heart immediately became active, but she looked at Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun quietly. She said, These two sisters, who is... Shuya didn't expect that Yang Ming's girlfriend would be her fan. How could she not take the opportunity to win him over? However, she also had a little thought. When she opened her mouth, she turned Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun into two sisters. Chapter 763. In fact, in terms of age, Shuya was the same age as Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun. To be honest, Shuya was slightly younger. Her birthday was in December, so she was worthy of being called a little sister. However, Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun didn't think about this problem. Being called a little sister by a big star, any fan of Shu Yu would be happy and excited. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Although he had vaguely talked about the problem of the two girls with Shu Yu before, when he really brought them over, it was still a bit unnatural to introduce them. This is Lin Jiyun. You have seen her before. She is Chun Mingyin. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Shu Yu didn't show the slightest abnormality. Shu Yu had seen Lin Jiyun, but she had never seen Chun Mingyin. Based on her feelings, she had already determined that the girl next to Lin Jiyun was Chun Mingyin. She was just confirming it out of politeness. Shu Yu took out 2 newly released CDs from a drawer. After signing, she handed them to Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun. There is still time. How about we take a picture together as a souvenir? In fact, Shu Yu wanted to take a picture with Yang Ming openly and keep it with her. When she missed him, she could take it out and look at it. Okay. Chun Mingyin naturally didn't understand Shu Yu's thoughts. She was very happy with Shu Yu's enthusiasm and affinity. Chun Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Shu Yu took pictures separately. When it was Yang Ming's turn, Shu Yu asked inadvertently, "What about you?" "Me? Forget about me." Yang Ming wasn't interested in chasing stars, so he said indifferently. Chun Mingyin saw that Yang Ming wasn't very interested in Shu Yu, and she was a little annoyed. A big star took the initiative to take a picture with you. What kind of face is this? If it were other fans, they would definitely rush to get it, but Yang Ming said forget it. In fact, this was also because Chun Mingyin felt that Yang Ming and Shu Yu wouldn't have any other relationship, so there would be such a reaction. A big star and a college student, the two people shouldn't have any intersection. However, Chun Mingyin ignored that Yang Ming's current identity wasn't just a college student, but a billionaire with tens of billions of dollars. She didn't expect that there was an unknown relationship between Yang and Shu Yu. "Yang Ming, why are you not giving me face?" Chun Mingyin whispered angrily. Of course. At least, Shu Yu, who was close by, heard it clearly. Of course. But seeing that Yang Ming didn't seem to have much interest, he didn't force it. So he said, "Then let's share a picture together." "Okay." Without waiting for Yang Ming to speak, Chun Mingyin spoke first. Yang Ming had no choice but to stand up. However, when taking the photo, everyone's standing position was a bit difficult to arrange. For people took a photo together, there was always a priority. If Shu Yu stood in the middle, and Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun stood on both sides, then Yang Ming's position was a bit awkward. Should he stand on Lin Jiyun's side or Chun Mingyin's side? However, if Yang Ming stood in the middle, and Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun stood on both sides, then wouldn't Shu Yu, the protagonist, have to stand on the side? This seemed to be a bit unreasonable. The best solution was for Shu Yu and Yang Ming to stand in the middle, and Lin Jiyun and Chun Mingyin to stand on both sides. In this way, even if they weren't next to Yang Ming, they would be next to Shu Yu. It was justifiable no matter what. This was also the result that Shu Yu wanted the most. She had analyzed these assumptions before, so she proposed a request for a group photo. Chun Mingyin was very generous and stood on the side of Shu Yu. Lin Jiyun stood with some awkwardness on the side of Yang Ming. Su Li picked up the digital camera and selected the continuous shooting function. She took 7 or 8 photos in one breath. She and Shu Yu were usually the closest people. She understood Shu Yu's thoughts very well. Although she didn't know that there was an old relationship between Shu Yu and Yang Ming. Based on the current situation, Shu Yu must have a good impression of Yang Ming. Originally, as an agent, she should dissuade and kill Shu Yu's idea. After all, it wasn't so good to have a scandal with a female celebrity. However, her boss, Shu Haikwa, didn't object, so Su Li didn't have to worry about that useless thought. In order to be afraid that Shu Yu would be dissatisfied, she took a few more photos to prepare for selection. After taking the photos, a staff member came in. When he saw Yang Ming, he nodded and said, "Miss Shu, the concert is about to begin. Do you want to prepare? The fans over there have begun to enter the venue." He knew the identity of Yang Ming. He was a member of the organizer, so he didn't find it strange that Yang Ming was here. "Okay." Shu Yu nodded. "Then, let's enter the venue." Yang Ming turned to Shuya and said, I wish you a successful concert. Thank you. Shuya smiled sweetly. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Yang Ming came out of the dressing room together. Chen Mingyan was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Ming's behavior. Shuya is a big celebrity. Why are you so arrogant? What's wrong with a celebrity? Isn't a celebrity also a person? Yang Ming smiled indifferently. I didn't talk to her so much. Wasn't it because I was afraid that you would be jealous? TSK, I won't be jealous. Chen Mingyan snorted and didn't care that Lin Jiyun was also there. She blurted out, didn't we agree before? If you pursue her, I will never be jealous. Chen Mingyan had already regarded Lin Jiyun as one of her own, so there was no need to avoid anything. However, after she finished speaking, she remembered that Lin Jiyun was now a member of the family. She also had the right to speak. She asked, Sister Lin, you can object. I have no objection. Lin Jiyun naturally prioritized Chen Mingyan. She was already very happy to be with Yang Ming. She didn't have too many requests. You see, we have no objection. You missed the opportunity. You can't blame us. Chen Mingyan smiled and put her hands together. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't take it too seriously. Celebrities looked beautiful, but the turbid and dirty entertainment circle was no longer a secret. Since the pornographic photos were exposed, Yang Ming had no interest in these celebrities. Although Shuya seemed to be very pure, who would know the things behind her? Yang Ming didn't want to be made a cuckold. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't dare to go far. They were waiting for Yang Ming not far away. When they saw Yang Ming coming over, they quickly greeted him. Brother Yang, are we going in now? And let's go now, said Yang Ming. Several people entered the VIP seats in the front row of the concert through a special passage. This place was separated from the audience behind. It was a relatively independent area, so there was no noise from people coming and going. Yang Ming's position was in the middle of the VIP seats. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan sat next to him. Both of them were boorish people. They didn't chase after celebrities, and they weren't very interested in the concert. However, since Yang Ming came, it wouldn't be good if they didn't come. So they sat by the side. Those who entered the venue were some of Song Jiang's famous young masters. Their parents were either rich or high-ranking officials. Most of them were tickets given by Bao Sanli. These officials and businessmen naturally didn't have the leisure to come to the concert, so they gave the tickets to their children to let them come and watch. However, Yang Ming had only heard of these people. He learned some information from Bao Sanli, but he didn't have any dealings with them. What surprised Yang Ming was that Sun Jiwei actually came too. Sun Jiwei and Wang Jitao were messing around last time. After Sun Jie found out, she scolded Sun Jiwei severely. Later, when he saw that Yang Ming actually became his brother-in-law, he didn't dare to do it again. However, he didn't have much of a good impression of Yang Ming. When he saw that Yang Ming was here, he didn't come to greet him. Yang Ming didn't care. He just regarded Sun Jiwei as a child. With Sun Jiwei, there were a few young men who he didn't know. However, at first glance, he could tell that their family conditions were very good. They looked arrogant. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. For this kind of child's temper, he always had to suffer some losses to gradually mature and grow up. Now, with his relationship with the Sun family, he really couldn't do anything to Sun Jiwei. What made Yang Ming feel a little surprised was that the young man who sold the tickets at the door was actually sitting in the VIP seat. Who is that? Yang Ming pointed to the young man and asked Bao Sanli. Oh, the young master of the company's vice president Chu. What's wrong? Brother Yang, did this kid offend you? Bao Sanli asked subconsciously. Not really. I'm just asking. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't say much. Sure enough, it's the company's internal affairs. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. No wonder he could get the tickets. It's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. How can I stop this kind of internal scalping? Yang Ming looked at these young dignitaries of Songjiang. These people were also looking at Yang Ming, sitting in the middle of the VIP seat, accompanied by two beauties. The strangest thing was that they had never heard of this person before, especially with the two underground kings, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, accompanying him. This made Yang Ming's identity even more suspenseful. There weren't many people in the VIP seats. After a while, it was full of people, but the audience hadn't been seated yet. It was bustling, and only half of them had entered. Yang Ming, a familiar figure, flashed into the VIP seats. When he saw Yang Ming, he called out strangely. Yang Ming looked up and saw Tian Donghua and his girlfriend, Wang Shui. Old Tian. Yang Ming was also surprised that Tian Donghua would appear here, but after a little hesitation, he understood. The Tian family in Donghai was similar to Bao Sanli in Songjiang. Because of the relationship between Yang Ming and the Sun family, Bao Sanli would give some VIP tickets to the Tian family. You are here, too? Damn, your seat is very badass, right? Tian Donghua saw where Yang Ming was sitting and couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 764. It's okay. My dad's company is the organizer. Yang Ming didn't say his relationship with Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. After all, his current identity was still a student. He didn't want his roommates to know too much. At this moment, he could use his father's company as a shield. Even if he already knew the true identity of Tian Donghua from the side, he was the young master of Donghai's Tian family, which was Tian Donghuang's brother. Yang Ming didn't want to say much. Ming Yang Entertainment? Tian Donghua was stunned. No, it's Ming Yang Heavy Industry. Yang Ming said with a smile. So that's how it is. Tian Donghua couldn't help but nod. My seat is over there. My wife and I will go over first. Okay, call me if you need anything. Yang Ming said. Tian Donghua took Wang Shui's hand, and the two sat intimately in a seat not far away. Those who knew Tian Donghuang naturally started to chat with him. Brother Tian, who is the kid who just talked to you? A rich second generation, who knew Tian Donghua from Donghai, asked with some confusion. Yeah, Brother Tian, who is that kid? I haven't seen him before. The person who asked was a young master from Songjiang. His family had some business dealings with the Tian family. It was reasonable to say that their generation was about the same age and their family background was prominent. They would know each other. The appearance of Yang Ming suddenly seemed very abrupt. My college classmate. His father is the boss of Ming Yang Heavy Industry. Tian Donghua had no need to hide this kind of thing, so he introduced it. Oh, the newly established Ming Yang Heavy Industry? The people present were stunned. The reputation of Ming Yang Heavy Industry was quite well known recently. It could be said that no one in the province didn't know about it, especially those who did business at home. They more or less knew the inside story of the factory restructuring. With billions of capital injections and the support of the European consortium, Ming Yang Heavy Industry could be said to be the most dazzling star in this period. Tian Donghua nodded and said, It should be like this. But I heard that the boss of Ming Yang Heavy Industry used to be a worker. How did he suddenly have so much strength? He wouldn't be a nouveau riche, right? Asked the young master of Songjiang. Don't spout nonsense. It's a taboo. Who knows what kind of background someone has these days? The young master from the EC was more knowledgeable and knew what to say and what not to say. If you don't have that ability, how can you find a European connection? That's true. The young master of Songjiang quickly nodded and said yes. He also realized his impulsiveness just now. Who knew what the relationship between Tian Donghua and Yang Ming was? Speaking ill of others behind their backs was a taboo. At 6:25 that night, the bright lights in the stadium suddenly dimmed, and the audience cheered in the stands. This was the precursor to Xu Ye's appearance. Every celebrity's concert was probably like this. Xu Ye, Xu Ye, Xu Ye. No one knew who started it, but the audience began to call Xu Ye's name loudly. From the beginning, it was messy, but later it was neat and tidy. In this cheer, the exciting and passionate music sounded. The little fluorescent sticks were waved, forming different words. The most common was the English abbreviation of I love you. In the dynamic music, the stage slowly rose. The silver lights lit up, and the mist generated by dry ice curled around the stage. Xu Ye was dressed in white and stood in the middle of the stage. She looked exceptionally tranquil and pure, just like a high and mighty holy fairy. For a time, the people in the entire stadium held their breath. The people who were originally noisy quieted down in an instant. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked by Shuya's current appearance. A woman could attract him so much. This kind of charm made Yang Ming, who had been with women for a long time, couldn't help but be moved. So beautiful, Chen Mingyan praised. I didn't expect Shuya on the stage to be so unreachable. Just now in the dressing room, I didn't have such a feeling. Yang Ming nodded and said, TSK, now you regret it, right? I just asked you to take a picture, but you didn't give me face. Chen Mingyan said sarcastically. That's nothing. Yang Ming smiled and said, what's wrong with taking a picture? I can't take her home to be my wife. You want to? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. I'm very supportive of you. I'm just afraid that you can't do it. Who can't do it? Yang Ming wasn't happy when he heard it. Which man likes to hear a woman say that he can't do it? You. Chen Mingyan didn't have any special meaning, but it was easy to be misunderstood when she said it. You haven't tried. How do you know that I can't do it? Why don't you ask Ji-Yun if I can do it? Yang Ming said lecherously. Disgusting. There's no healthy thought. Chen Mingyan also understood what Yang Ming said this time. All of a sudden, the dynamic music in the stadium changed into a melodious and pleasant melody. Shuya's clear and pure singing voice also rang out. This song was the endorsement song of Lu Weishan Jewelry, our anniversary. This familiar song suddenly pulled up the atmosphere of the scene. The fans waved the light sticks excitedly. Applause and screams came one after another. After the song, the silver lights on the stage began to become a little brighter. Friend from Songjiang and friends from all over the country, hello. Shuya smiled and greeted the audience present, and then continued. Today is my first concert in the mainland. It can be said to be a very memorable day. I hope that everyone will always remember these days. This is our anniversary. When Shuya's voice fell, the audience in the entire stadium boiled up. Most of the people who could come here were hardcore fans of Shuya. The first concert, this was such a memorable day. Although there was no hot dance, there were no seductive movements. But Shuya's concert had been carried out in a very high atmosphere. In the hearts of the fans, Shuya was their goddess. Childhood is the best time in life. I don't know if everyone still remembers the love of childhood. Shuya said with a nostalgic voice. The next song is called Childhood Love. It is a song that I wrote myself. It is also a song that I like very much. I want to invite an audience present to share the love of childhood with me. Are you willing? Yes. Almost all the fans agreed, loudly, in unison. After that, there were many voices volunteering. I am willing, am willing. I understand everyone's enthusiasm, but because the time of the concert is limited, I can only find a fan friend from the front row. Shuya blinked and said apologetically, oh. Although the people behind were a little disappointed, what Shuya said was also true. It was really difficult to run from the back of this crowded stadium to the stage. However, even so, sitting in the VIP seats, the eyes of the young masters in the front row also showed a look of desire. Shuya walked towards the VIP seats with light steps. Fortunately, the people in the VIP seats still had some manners and didn't get up to catch Shuya. However, it should also be because there were a lot of security guard around Shuya. Shuya looked back and forth at the people in the VIP seats with some hesitation. She held the microphone in both hands and said, everyone is so enthusiastic. It is a little difficult for me to choose. This kind of interactive activity existed in many celebrity concerts, but some were impromptu and some were prearranged. This time, Shuya was probably improvised because Yang Ming hadn't seen such a line in the concert process. However, the concert process wasn't the kind that had to be deliberately followed. Celebrities could freely express themselves, so Yang Ming didn't take it too seriously. However, when Shuya walked to him, Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. Is this little girl trying to invite me? Before Yang Ming could figure it out, Shuya reached out and said to Yang Ming, this gentleman, ah. Yang Ming looked at Shuya in amazement. My feeling is really right. This little girl really came to invite me. However, although Yang Ming had listened to Shuya's songs, he couldn't sing it himself. Not to mention that he wasn't familiar with the tune. He couldn't even remember the lyrics. If he went up Wouldn't it be shameful? Yang Ming didn't care, but many people stared at Yang Ming with envious eyes that could kill. They secretly thought that Yang Ming's luck was good, but there were also some people who thought that they knew the inside story. For example, the young master Song Jiang just now. He thought that the reason why Shuya invited Shuya was because Yang Ming's father was the boss of the organizer company. Ugh, forget it. I think such a good opportunity should be given to others. Yang Ming hesitated and said awkwardly. Shuya's microphone was already facing Yang Ming, so when Yang Ming said this, the people in the audience were suddenly dumbfounded. They looked at Yang Ming with an incredible expression. Such a good opportunity, others couldn't even ask for it. This person actually refused? Is there a problem? When Shuya heard Yang Ming's words, she was stunned, and then her face suddenly turned pale. In front of so many people, Yang Ming actually refused her. This hurt Shuya's self-esteem. If it were someone else, Shuya would feel better, but this person was Yang Ming, the person she loved the most. Shuya had been thinking about it these days. She finally found such an opportunity to sing with Yang Ming. Last night, she was so excited that she almost couldn't sleep, but she was ruthlessly rejected by Yang Ming. How could Shuya not feel uncomfortable? Chapter 765. However, Shuya was still Shuya in the end. Her on-the-spot quality was very good. Although her heart was uncomfortable, her face was only slightly lost, and it returned to normal. Hee, it seems that this gentleman has some stage fright, but it doesn't matter. I don't know how the lady next to him is. Shuya turned to Chen Mingyan with a smile. Chen Mingyan was still annoyed with Yang Ming's lack of understanding. He had already rejected the big star once when they took a photo together, and now it was the same again. She wanted to blame Yang Ming, but she didn't expect Shuya to invite her instead. Chen Mingyan's depressed mood was swept away. She stood up and said, "Okay." Chen Mingyan was a class cadre since elementary school, and she was a member of the student union. So in this kind of situation with so many people, she didn't have stage fright. She was very relaxed and walked on the stage with Shuya. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shuya didn't continue to invite him. Otherwise, if she said a few words to squeeze him, it was impossible for him not to want to go on stage. Originally, many people were more or less jealous of Yang Ming's appearance on stage, except for envy. But now it was Chen Mingyan, who was also a beauty, so there was less jealousy. Chen Mingyan didn't have professional stage makeup, but she wasn't inferior to Shuya. Compared with Shuya's elegant and refined image, Chen Mingyan was more youthful and lively. Although Chen Mingyan didn't have special vocal training like Shuya, her voice was also good. Even if the voice wasn't as clear as Shuya's, it was also euphemistic. "Are you nervous?" In the middle of the interlude, Shuya turned off the wireless headset and whispered to Chen Mingyan. "It's okay, but there are so many people. It's really a bit oppressive." Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly. "Hee, you sang well. You also have the potential to be a star. Do you want me to introduce you to some celebrities in the entertainment circle?" Shuya asked with a smile. "Can I?" Chen Mingyan listened to Shuya's words. She was surprised. Which girl didn't dream of being a celebrity? Chen Mingyan was no exception, but after hesitating, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. Yang Ming won't like me to be a celebrity." "Do you care so much about his opinion?" Shuya was a little curious. Yang Ming's charm was actually so great. The girl in front of her seemed to have completely fallen into the trap of love. But then again, wasn't it the same for him? Originally, he wanted to abduct Yang Ming's little girlfriend to his side, but he failed. "Yes," Chen Mingyan nodded and said, "when you fall in love with someone, you will care about him." Shuya nodded and thought, "It's because of you that I don't have any way." Shuya wasn't the kind of person who liked to destroy other people's feelings, but some things were involuntary. What's more, Shuya felt that since Yang Ming already had 2 girlfriends, then her chances were still great. After the interlude, Shuya turned on the headset and continued to sing with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't think that Chen Mingyan would whisper to Shuya on the stage, so he didn't pay attention to their lips. "Thank you. Thank you, this lady, for singing this song Childhood Love with me. What do you think of her singing? After the song was sung, Shuya asked the audience. Good. The audience below clapped and applauded. Two beautiful women performing on the same stage. How could anyone say that it wasn't good? What's more, Chen Mingyan sang really well. Then, do you want to listen to her sing with me again? Shuya continued to ask. Yes. The audience replied without hesitation. If Chen Mingyan wasn't a beauty or tone deaf, then there wouldn't be such a good effect. Then let's cover an old song together. Teacher Luo Daio's Love Song 1990. I believe that everyone is familiar with this song. Shuya said, this is one of my favorite songs, and it's also a song that one of my netizens likes. He told me that he would come to my concert today. I don't know if he's at the scene now. Although we haven't met, I'm very grateful to him. When I'm lonely, he can listen to me on the internet. Yang Ming opened his mouth in shock at the moment. Netizens? Concert? And this song that I often play on QQ Music? Shuya, I'm a big star? How can there be such a coincidence? Yang Ming's mouth was big enough to put an egg in. Sometimes I often find that the world is really small. There are always some coincidences between the people around me and the people I'm familiar with. Yang Ming's mind was a bit blank, so he didn't listen to what Shuya and Chen Mingyan sang. My netizen, there's no true love in this world. Are you there? Can you hear it? Shuya sang excitedly. She waved her hand and shouted to the audience. At this time, everyone knew that Shuya's netizen was called There's No True Love in This World. On the other hand, Chen Mingyan was so stunned that she had forgotten half of the lyrics. Chen Mingyan looked at Shuya inexplicably. She naturally knew Yang Ming's netizen name. Not only that, but her own netizen name was also similar to Yang Ming's. Shuya also saw Chen Mingyan's abnormality, but now on the stage, there was no way to ask. She had to take Chen Mingyan's lyrics and continue to sing. Although there was a pause in the middle, it was a good connection. Chen Mingyan also felt that she had lost her composure. In this world, there are many people with the same netizen name. Yang Ming was not the only one who was called There's No True Love in This World. Others could also be called. Not to mention the netizen name, even the real name, there were many people with the same name. Chen Mingyan smiled apologetically and continued to sing her part. Although she didn't know why Chen Mingyan lost her composure, Shuya could only smile and send her off the stage. After all, this was Shuya's concert. Singing 2 songs together was already a lot. You sang well. You have the potential to be a singer. Yang Ming praised. Wait, let's not talk about this first. If it were normal times, Chen Mingyan was naturally very happy with Yang Ming's appreciation, but now she didn't care about this. Instead, she said, You and Shuya are netizens? You're asking about this? How would I know that she is Shuya? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I thought she was fooling me. What the hell is going on? Tell me the truth. Chen Mingyan had some sense of crisis. Although she said that she wanted Yang Ming to pursue Shuya, she also knew that it was impossible. However, this time, the 2 people became netizens early, so there might be some development. Speaking of it, I have known this netizen for a long time. I knew her when I was in junior high school. She told me that she was a star. I thought she was joking. When I asked her who she was, she didn't say, so I didn't take it seriously. Yesterday, when I was online, I saw her. She said that she was going to hold a concert. I teased her that I was going to participate in Shuya's concert. I was afraid that I couldn't go to her concert. However, I didn't expect that she was Shuya. That's it. Chen Mingyan asked suspiciously. What else could it be? Yang Ming said helplessly. Look at me and her. Do we look like we have known each other before? That's not it. Right, when you go back, give me Shuya's QQ. I want to add her. When Chen Mingyan heard that Yang Ming and Shuya really didn't have an ambiguous relationship, she was relieved. The little girl's temper rose again, and she began to think about being netizens with a big star. Okay, Yang Ming sighed and looked at the girl next to him who was obviously jealous, but pretended to be indifferent. He had mixed feelings for a while. That's right. Ever since Lan Ling started, the number of girls around him kept increasing. Chen Mingyan only complained a little and threw a tantrum at him. She had been following him around without any complaints. Chen Mingyan was also a normal girl. She cared about me, but she was also accommodating me. However, I hurt her again and again, making her accept other girls against her will. Yang Ming knew that although Chun Mingyan looked very happy now, it was also because she deliberately didn't think about those troublesome things. Otherwise, who would feel good? He gently hugged Chun Mingyan's shoulder and thought of Lin Jiyun next to him. Yang Ming felt guilty again. If I said that I was sorry to Chun Mingyan, then wasn't it the same for Lin Jiyun? However, this girl who never fought with others made Yang Ming feel more uncomfortable. What's wrong? Chun Mingyan saw that Yang Ming's mood was a bit down and asked curiously. Nothing, I just thought of some sad things. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. You and Jiyun watched the concert. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh. Chun Mingyan didn't think much and nodded. Yang Ming stood up and left the VIP seat. He walked to the emergency passage on the side. Out of the stadium and into the corridor, Yang Ming lit a cigarette and took 2 deep breaths. Now, Yang Ming rarely smoked. He would only smoke when he was in a bad mood. Yang Ming was now thinking about the problem of Shao Qing and Sun Jie. How should I tell Chun Mingyan about these 2 people? Although Shao Qing said that she would be Yang Ming's godsister for a lifetime, Yang Ming knew that it was just her comforting words. She also longed for him to be recognized one day and be able to walk on the street with him openly. What's wrong? You don't want to watch the concert, but come here to smoke? A hand was placed on Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming turned around and found that it was Tian Donghua. He was alone. Wang Shui didn't come out with him. Hee, aren't you out too? Yang Ming put out the cigarette and said with a smile. I saw that you came out, so I followed. I have something to say to you. Tian Donghua also lit a cigarette for himself. What's wrong with you? Why do you look more depressed than me? Yang Ming looked at Tian Donghuang's gloomy expression and asked curiously. Chapter 766. Yang Ming, I see that you have 2 girlfriends. You must know a lot about women, right? Tian Donghua hesitated and said, No. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening. Do I know? You should know more than me, right? I fought for a woman, but the woman didn't appreciate it. Is there such an idiot like me? Tian Donghua said self-deprecatingly. Yang Ming, to be honest, I have encountered a problem now. What's the problem? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Why would Tian Donghua suddenly come to find him and say these things? But thinking about it, it seemed that Tian Donghua didn't have many close friends in university. He could only talk to his roommates, Zhang Bing and himself. Emotional problems. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Tian Donghua shook his head and said, Emotional problems? What emotional problems? Is there a problem in your relationship with Wang Shui? Or did you fall in love with someone else? Yang Ming asked with some surprise. It's not me. It's Wang Shui, Tian Donghua said with some depression. I found that she has been dating other men behind my back recently. What? Her? Behind her back? Yang Ming was stunned. Tian Donghua's family, although not as good as Sun Jie's family, was also prominent. It was also a famous family in the province. In this case, the daughter-in-law of the Tian family still dared to go out and fool around. Wasn't that looking for death? Especially since the Tian family relied on the underworld to make a living, they wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. I don't believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. I have to believe it. Tian Donghua sighed. What the hell is going on? Don't worry. Tell me slowly. I will help you analyze. Looking at Tian Donghua's depressed look, Yang Ming said with some sympathy. It's like this. A while ago, Wang Shui received a call and then ran to the bathroom to answer it. I didn't take it seriously at that time. When she came back, I casually asked who it was. I didn't expect her to stutter and didn't say it clearly. Tian Donghua paused and continued. Everyone has some privacy. I didn't delve into it. I just secretly remembered the phone number. After that, this number often appeared in Wang Shui's call log. I began to be on guard. He ordered a set of wireless monitoring equipment online and eavesdropped on Wang Shui's phone conversation. The man asked her to meet him at night. I followed Wang Shui and found that she secretly went to meet with that man. Really? Yang Ming found it a little unbelievable. Then what did they do after that? They didn't do anything. They just met and talked to each other. Wang Shui gave that person something, and then the two of them broke up. Tian Donghua said, "Gave that person something?" Yang Ming frowned. "How many times has this happened? 2 or 3 times?" Tian Donghua said with a solemn expression, "Although I don't dare to believe it, the facts are right in front of me. I have no choice but to believe it." "Are you sure they're dating?" Yang Ming's current analytical ability was no longer what it used to be, and his view of things had also become more meticulous. If they're not dating, then what are they doing? It's so late. Why are they still going out to meet? Tian Donghua's thought was relatively simple. Could it be that Wang Shui was blackmailed? Or was there something that fell into the hands of others, so they blackmailed her? Yang Ming thought about it, and said the most likely situation to Tian Donghua. "You don't say. Your analysis is a bit reasonable. Maybe this is the case. It makes me feel enlightened." Tian Donghua slammed the wall, and then said with some excitement, "So I misunderstood Wang Shui. Misunderstanding or not, I don't know. I just said a hypothesis, a possibility." Yang Ming said, "However, I think this possibility should be slightly higher. And it must be like this. As long as Tian Donghua understood that Wang Shui didn't betray him, it was enough. As for the others, he didn't care. Damn, someone dares to blackmail my wife. I will kill him. Hee hee, let's figure out the situation first." Yang Ming said, "If you need anything, call me at any time." "I understand." Tian Donghua's whole person was relaxed a lot. It could be seen that his feelings for Wang Shui were deep. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua returned to the stadium together. Yang Ming's mood, which was a little hazy, became a little relaxed after being disturbed by Tian Donghua. "You're back. Shuya just sang a new song. It's not on all the albums," Chen Mingyan said with some regret. "Really?" Yang Ming smiled. "If you like it, let's ask her for the master tape of the concert recording. We can watch it when we go back," Yang Ming said. The 2-hour concert ended quickly. Shuya also said to all the fans with some reluctance, "Time flies so fast. I didn't expect 2 hours to pass so quickly. It can't be helped. Let's meet again next time. The last song is for you, all the friends who love and support me." This was an old song sung by Andy Lau in 1997, "A Letter to You." Although the original singer was a male voice, under Shuya's interpretation, it had a different style. The ordinary voice didn't expect to get a reaction. The echo of the applause actually sounded nonstop. "Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you for all your sincerity. I will cherish this feeling forever. A little star also needs your sympathy. My heart is no longer lonely. Because of your true feelings, my life is complete. Tell me how beautiful the world is. I sing everything to you on the stage. Every word in my heart contains my tears, contains my joy. You are the spirits of my life. Put everything aside and be close to you no matter how hard it is. I am willing to go together. If you want to stop, we will stop together. If you want to go in together, leave your footprints on the journey of life." Footprints in life. The singing was very beautiful, and it was also appropriate to describe Shu Ya's rise to fame. Many fans were moved to cry. They waved the light sticks and wanted time to stop at this moment. Chen Mingyan was also very emotional. Like most fans, she stood up and shouted Shu Ya's name. However, what should end will always end. We don't have Doraemon's treasure bag, and we don't have a time stopper. Finally, Shuya disappeared from people's sight along with the slowly descending stage. Undoubtedly, this concert was quite successful, and it was also quite moving. For a long time, the people in the stadium stood up and slowly left. There were too many people, but fortunately, Yang Ming and the other two could leave through the staff's dedicated passage. They didn't have to follow the crowd. I have read a novel. It said that after a concert, the male protagonist of the novel met a big star who sprained her ankle at the entrance of the stadium and then carried her to the hospital. When leaving, Yang Ming smiled and said to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jun, "Then, the two people had a marriage." "Oh, I think I've also read that book," Chen Mingyan said thoughtfully. "I think it is the novel that you rented when you were in high school, right? After I confiscated it, I flipped through it twice. It was written well, but there were too many women." Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After a few words, the topic of too many women came up. So, he quickly changed the topic. I don't know if Shuya sprained her ankle at the entrance of a stadium and met her Mr. Right. Hee hee, but it is quite romantic when you think about it. After Chun Mingyan finished, she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and said to Lin Jiyun, Sister Lin, do you think Yang Ming wants to be the Mr. Right? I don't know. Lin Jiyun was like this. She rarely cared about Yang Ming's matters. The three people were talking and laughing. Suddenly, they heard an ayah not far in front of them. They saw Shuya holding the wall with one hand and rubbing her ankle with the other hand. Sister Shuya, what happened to you? After singing on the same stage, the relationship between Chun Mingyan and Shuya had become more familiar. When she saw that Shuya was in trouble, she quickly ran over. I'm not used to wearing high heels for this performance. I sprained my ankle as soon as I came out. Shuya grimaced in pain. It hurts. When Chun Mingyan heard it, she quickly held Shuya and then shouted to Yang Ming behind, Yang Ming, what are you doing? Come and help. Me? Help? Yang Ming thought, isn't this a copy of the plot of The Big Star Falls in Love with Me? It is said that novels come from life. It seems that this is not false at all. Look, I encountered it. Yeah, you're the only man here. Don't you feel embarrassed if you don't help? Chun Mingyan wasn't happy. Yang Ming scratched his head and walked forward. He leaned down and was about to check Shuya's ankle, but Chun Mingyan pulled his ear. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Why are you going under Sister Shuya's skirt? Are you trying to take advantage of her? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just want to see how her injury is. You're not a doctor. What do you know? Chun Mingyan didn't appreciate it. Yang Ming thought, although I'm not a doctor, my massage technique is top-notch. But since you don't believe it, then I don't need to reveal anything. Quick, help me hold Shuya. Let's find a place to rest. Chun Mingyan said anxiously. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Just as she took a step, Shuya was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Her voice changed a little. It hurts, Chun Mingyan frowned and said with some worry, Sister Shuya's injury seems to be not light. Yang Ming, why don't you carry her? She definitely can't walk like this. She might even worsen her injury. Huh? I carry her? Yang Ming looked at Chun Mingyan with some surprise. Yeah, if you don't carry her, who do you think is stronger than you between me and Sister Lin? Chun Mingyan said without hesitation. If you're not afraid that what you just said will become true, I will carry her. Yang Ming whispered to Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan heard Yang Ming's words and hesitated. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She really understood what speak of the devil. However, Chun Mingyan finally bit and said, You carry Sister Shuya. Yang Ming smiled and leaned down, but his heart was very relaxed. Although Chun Mingyan was very jealous, she had a weakness, which was that she was too soft-hearted. Chapter 767. Shuya didn't hesitate. She directly lay on Yang Ming's back. There was no avoidance between men and women. Yang Ming gently lifted Shuya's buttocks and carried her steadily on his back. Looking at the empty corridor, Yang Ming couldn't help but wonder, when you returned to the lounge, you didn't seem to pass through this corridor, right? This corridor was only a dedicated staff passage from the VIP seats to the backstage. Usually, very few people came here. There were only people guarding the doors on both sides. If it weren't for the relationship between Yang Ming and the organizer, they wouldn't have taken this passage directly. But when Shuya came here, it seemed a bit abrupt and strange. I went back to the backstage from the stage and found that there were a lot of reporters. I didn't dare to go over, so I went directly into this passage. I didn't expect to sprain my ankle. Shuya explained. Reporters went into the backstage? Yang Ming was very puzzled. It seems unlikely, right? Bao Sanli had sent a large group of security guards to guard the entrance of each passage. How did the reporters get in? Although this reason was somewhat far-fetched, Yang Ming also felt guilty. Maybe someone accidentally let the reporters in. Only Shuya understood in her heart. It seemed that she didn't suffer in vain. Finally, Yang Ming came. It was just that she didn't have a good sense of propriety. She really hurt her ankle seriously. Now, it was so painful that she was sweating a little. She had also seen the movie The Big Star Fell in Love with Me. She was very envious of the encounter between the star and the protagonist, so she designed such a play. The feeling of being carried by Yang Ming was really good. She hadn't had this feeling for many years. This couldn't help but remind Shuya of the situation many years ago when they were in junior high school. There was a physical education class where she hurt her foot. Yang Ming carried her to the infirmary. Back to the backstage, Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Where are the reporters here? Probably they were driven out? Shuya's face was red. Fortunately, she was on Yang Ming's back, so others couldn't see her expression. Miss Shu, what happened to you? When Suli saw Yang Ming carrying Shuya, she quickly ran over and asked. Sister, Shuya sprained her ankle, and we happened to meet her. Chun Mingyin quickly explained. Do you think we should call the doctor over? Okay, I'll call the doctor now, Suli said quickly. After putting Shuya on the sofa in the lounge, Yang Ming also sat on the side. Thank you for just now, Shuya thanked. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Yang Ming smiled. Intuitively, he felt that something was wrong. Shuya seemed to be lying, but the swollen ankle was right in front of him. While Yang Ming was thinking about this, Chun Mingyin had already sat on Shuya's side and chatted with her. Sister Shuya, you have to hold on. The doctor may be here soon. Chun Mingyin looked at Shuya's painful expression and persuaded her. It doesn't matter. Shuya frowned and pretended to be relaxed with a smile. It's not a big injury. I remember that when I was in junior high school, there was a physical education class where I sprained my ankle. A boy in my class carried me to the school doctor's office. That time was much more serious than this time. Yang Ming listened to Shuya's words, but his whole body trembled. He turned his head in surprise, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Yes, the Shuya in front of me is really similar to the Suya in my memory. The same habits, the same ring, the similar past, and the similar name. How could this not make Yang Ming doubt? But doubt was doubt. The difference between the appearance of the two people was too big. Yang Ming even thought that Shuya was wearing something like a human skin mask. But unfortunately, Yang Ming didn't see anything on Shuya's face. If Shuya really wore a mask, then it definitely couldn't hide from Yang Ming's eyes. Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Yang Ming would think that these two people were not the same person. There were too many coincidences in this world. Yang Ming himself had encountered countless coincidences. Therefore, it wasn't so strange that Shuya and Suya were similar. Yang Ming sighed. It may be that Shuya's words just reminded him of Suya. Yang Ming couldn't bear to see Shuya in pain. He couldn't help but lean over and say, I have learned to massage. Let me help you see how your foot is. Shuya's heart was naturally willing, but Chun Mingyin still looked at Yang Ming with suspicion. You wouldn't want to take advantage of her, right? Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Am I so dirty? Chun Mingyin was just joking. Seeing that Yang Ming was embarrassed, she didn't say anything. Yang Ming leaned over and slowly took off Shuya's shoes. Although it was winter, Shuya was wearing performance shoes, so it was easy to take them off. Looking at Shuya's swollen ankle, Yang Ming sighed and slowly massaged with the massage method that Fong Tian taught him. Shuya's feet were very beautiful. Although they were red and swollen, it didn't affect the beauty. Instead, it made people feel more tender. It was just that Yang Ming had something in his heart, and Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun were next to him. He couldn't help but have some thoughts. Shuya looked at Yang Ming with some curiosity. It really doesn't hurt. It's very effective. Yang Ming stood up and said, It's a secret ancestral prescription. Ancestral? Shuya was very puzzled. Why didn't I know that Yang Ming still had such a skill? If it was really ancestral, then when I sprained my ankle, he wouldn't be so anxious. At this time, Suli ran in with the doctor. Suli said, Miss Shu, I have invited the doctor. However, looking at Shuya talking and laughing with the people around her, she couldn't help but wonder, Miss Shu, your foot? Oh, my foot is almost healed. It's not a big problem. Yang Ming helped me do a massage, and the swelling has gone down. Shuya smiled and said, I don't need to trouble the doctor. Massage? How can a massage be done? This doctor was young and was also a fan of Shuya. He originally wanted to come to today's concert, but he was on duty in the hospital, so he couldn't leave. Just as he was a little depressed, a person who claimed to be Shuya's agent found him and asked him to make a house call. This made him happy. He had some doubts at first, but when he saw Su Li's business card and the place where the concert was held was indeed the stadium. When he saw Shuya in front of him, he couldn't help but be excited. But he didn't expect Shuya to say that he didn't need to see it. He still wanted to take the opportunity to get close to her. In fact, this kid's heart was quite dirty. He was going to take the opportunity to touch Shuya's foot. Therefore, when he heard that someone was massaging, he was unhappy. He immediately put on the appearance of an expert and said, "The folk massage is a lie. It can only relieve the pain, but it can't be cured. Chinese medicine can only relieve the pain, and Western medicine can cure it." Yang Ming listened to the bullshit theory from this kid's mouth, and he was immediately furious. What did he mean by the folk massage is a lie? What did he mean by Chinese medicine can only relieve the pain? Although Chinese medicine and Western medicine had their own strengths, and it couldn't be said which one was good and which one was bad, this kid obviously belittled Chinese medicine. How could Yang Ming not be angry? Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently and said, "Miss Su, we don't need him here. Give him some consultation fee and let him go." The consultation fee is not necessary. Miss Shu's health is the most important. How could this kid give up? He didn't care whether Su Li and Shuya agreed or not. He ran over with an anxious look. He squatted down and grabbed Shuya's ankle. "Motherfucker, are you deaf?" Yang Ming really couldn't bear it this time. He directly grabbed the back of the kid's collar and lifted him up. He frowned and shouted outside the door, "Security? Is there anyone here?" When Yang Ming shouted, Bao Sanli immediately rushed in and said, "Brother Yang, what's the matter? Throw this bastard out for me. Doesn't this guy understand human language?" Yang Ming released his hand and threw the kid to the ground. Bao Sanli stepped forward and dragged the kid out by his hair. How could he have a good time after provoking Yang Ming? Looking at Yang Ming's angry look, Shuya smiled. Is he doing this for me? Shuya couldn't help but think faintly. Today's incident made Yang Ming determined that no matter how difficult it was, he had to investigate Shuya's family background. Although there were some coincidences in this world, it was necessary to confirm that it was a real coincidence. Once the promotional material of Lu Weishan jewelry was broadcasted, it directly reversed the current situation. Most people still recognize the guidance of TV and media. Therefore, the high-end brand value of Lu Weishan jewelry was known overnight. Looking at the employees and the company dealing with these problems in an orderly manner, even Zhao Cixi was able to do it with ease. Lin Jiyun felt a little inferior. Yes, from the company's opening until now, although I was the deputy general manager, I didn't help with the company's operation. Of course, Lin Jiyun didn't tell Yang Ming about these thoughts. She was also afraid that Yang Ming would be worried about her after he knew. After Yin Guangdou saw the promotional material on TV, he was so angry that he smashed another TV. He deliberately came up with such a wonderful idea, but he didn't expect it to be so easily resolved by the other party. Not only did it not have the opposite effect, but also gave the other party a free opportunity to hype. This made Yin Guangdou almost have a heart attack. What do we do now? Yin Guangdou looked at Li Xiaodao and Lu Xiaosheng with a pale face. President Yun, I didn't expect the designer of Lu Weishan jewelry to be an international master. Li Xiaodao smiled carefully. Now, it's not a problem of whether you think of it or not, but how to solve the problem. Yin Guangdou said angrily, Song Jiang is the foundation of the company, but now is being squeezed by Lu Weishan jewelry. We can't sell anything. We're going bankrupt. President Yun, Lu Xiaosheng hesitated and then said to Li Xiaodao, You go out first. I have something to discuss with President Yun. Chapter 768. Both Li Xiaodao and Lu Xiaosheng were Yin Guangdou's confidants, but what Li Xiaodao knew was only related to the company. Only Lu Xiaosheng knew Yin Guangdou's true identity. Li Xiaodao knew that it was inconvenient for Lu Xiaosheng to say something behind his back, so he nodded and walked out of the room. This was nothing. He was just President Yun's military advisor, responsible for making plans, but Lu Xiaosheng was President Yun's real confidant. After Li Xiaodao left, Lu Xiaosheng lowered his voice and said, "President Yun, this fucking Yang Ming is too much. Should we use some ruthless methods?" Ruthless moves? What ruthless moves? Wasn't the previous move ruthless? Wasn't it resolved by him? I'm so pissed off. Yin Guangdou said angrily. President Yun, have you forgotten our identity? Lu Xiaosheng suddenly reminded him with a sinister smile. Identity? You mean to use that to deal with him? Yin Guangdou was stunned and then whispered. Yeah, we can use voodoo to deal with him. Let him die. Lu Xiaosheng said fiercely. He hated Yang Ming to the bone. The previous fat beating was unforgettable for Lu Xiaosheng. But we use voodoo to deal with ordinary people. If the elder knows, will he let us go? Yin Guangdou said hesitantly and worriedly. Now, we have made Elder Yu unhappy. We are considered to have defected. President Yin, do you still expect him to let us go? Lu Xiaosheng shook his head. He just doesn't have the mind to care about us now. That's right. If the old man Lan Hai doesn't appear, Elder Yu won't be at ease for a day. Yin Guangdou nodded. Then let's do it. Let's give him a ruthless voodoo and kill him. Xiaosheng, this matter can't be known to others. I can only let you go. It's okay for me to go, but the key problem is that I only know a little about voodoo. It's not very powerful, right? Lu Xiaosheng was only a peripheral member of the barbarian Wu clan, unlike Yin Guangdou, who was a direct disciple. That's easy. I will prepare the voodoo. You just have to do it, Yin Guangdou said. Oh my God, Lu Xiaosheng said proudly. This was a good opportunity for him to take revenge on Yang Ming, an opportunity that he had been plotting for a long time. Lu Xiaosheng was selfish. Last time, he was beaten up so badly by Yang Ming. If he did not take revenge on Nanping, he would be furious. Yang Ming naturally didn't know that there were people thousands of miles away waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against him. And the matter here had already made Yang Ming somewhat anxious. Valentine's Day was a very romantic holiday, but for Yang Ming, it was like a day of suffering. The reason was very simple. There was only one Valentine's Day, but he had more than one lover. Who to go out with and who not to go out with made Yang Ming extremely vexed. Shuya's concert was still going on. Yang Ming didn't tell her that he was her online friend. There's no true love in this world. But he told Chen Mingyan Shuya's QQ number. As for whether Chen Mingyan would tell Shuya his identity, that was her business. However, he didn't know whether Chen Mingyan was selfish or not. When she added Shuya's QQ number, she didn't mention who she was. Instead, she added Shuya as a friend, as the girlfriend of There's No True Love in This World. Shuya was bored lying on the hotel bed. 2 consecutive nights of concerts made her a little tired. Although she was still young, she couldn't overdraft her body. Suddenly, there was a cough sound from the computer. There was a new system message on QQ. Shuya clicked on it, and it was a friend request. There's no true love in this world. Shuya looked at the personal information of this online friend suspiciously. She thought it was a side account of There's No True Love in This World, but she didn't expect the gender to be a woman. Intuitively judged that this person had something to do with There's No True Love in This World. So Shuya clicked on the confirmation button and added her as a friend. Hello, are you there? The other party sent a message. Hello, I'm here. Shuya replied, Excuse me, you are? I'm the girlfriend of There's No True Love in This World. Hee hee. I heard that you're a big star, so I added you on QQ. Chen Mingyan said. I guessed it. Hello. Shuya sent a smiley face. Shuya and There's No True Love in This World were relatively close friends, but there wasn't the slightest relationship between men and women. Therefore, she was very polite to Chen Mingyan without any hostility. Chen Mingyan knew Shuya's true identity, so she didn't have any hostility to Shuya. The 2 people casually chatted about their daily lives, and they got along well. As they talked about emotional issues. It was no wonder that the two girls in adolescence talked about the most topic was probably feelings. Shuya didn't know why, but she had an innate sense of intimacy with there's no true love in this world. Perhaps it was because of there's no true love in this world. Shuya easily revealed her own thoughts. When Chen Mingyan asked her if she had a boy who she liked, Shuya actually admitted it. Firstly, Shuya didn't know that the other party was Chen Mingyan. She just regarded her as a netizen that she had never met. Secondly, Shuya also wanted to find someone to talk to. Although there's no true love in this world, had a good relationship with her, and they got along well. After all, he was a boy. It wasn't good to tell him some of the girl's thoughts. Then, are you together? Chen Mingyan asked, as if it was a piece of gossip. No, he has a girlfriend. Shuya replied helplessly. No way. You are so excellent. How can that person choose someone else? Is he blind? Chen Mingyan naturally knew Shuya's true identity and had seen Shuya's amazing charm. So Chen Mingyan naturally thought that the man Shuya liked was really blind. However, Chen Mingyan was also very relieved. Since Shuya had someone she liked, then there would be nothing special between her and Yang Ming. However, Chen Mingyan felt that in this world, only Yang Ming was worthy of such a beautiful and refined beauty like Shuya. This was a contradictory mentality. He isn't blind. His current girlfriend is also very beautiful. Shuya sighed and continued to type faintly. It's just that the story between me and him is very complicated. Can you tell me? Inquiring about the privacy of celebrity was a characteristic of every fan. Well, anyway, there's nothing to do now. Shuya looked at the time. It was still early to sleep, so she would talk to her. When I was in junior high school, I liked a boy. He was my desk mate. And it can't be said to be love. Anyway, it was a kind of hazy feeling. However, I know that he must have this feeling for me, said Shuya. It sounds so romantic. I envy you. Chen Mingyan said with some fascination. There was some regret in her heart. When I was in high school with Yang Ming, why didn't I secretly play some small love games? At that time, this kind of underground love was quite interesting. It was just that Chen Mingyan wanted to study hard, so her thoughts and concepts were not the same as now. Yeah, that relationship was really beautiful, Shuya said from the bottom of her heart. But later, another girl who liked him told the teacher about our relationship in order to be with him. In the end, the teacher invited both his and my parents, and my relationship with him ended just like that. Ended? Why? You can still be together with him secretly. Chen Mingyan was puzzled. My father is very snobbish. He felt that his family's conditions weren't good enough for me, so he transferred me to another school. At that time, I was too young, and I couldn't go against my father's wishes. So we separated like this, said Shuya. What? You transferred? Chen Mingyan was shocked. Before that, she felt that Shuya's past was somewhat familiar. When she heard that Shuya transferred, Chen Mingyan was shocked. She stood up and looked at the chat record on the computer screen in disbelief. Chen Mingyan only felt that her head was boom and became blank. Could it be that between Shuya and Yang Ming? Yeah, I transferred. Shuya couldn't see Chen Mingyan's expression. She was still wondering about Chen Mingyan's tone just now. Chen Mingyan forced herself to calm down and took a few deep breaths. Then, she said, Then, did he get together with the girl who complained? No. But after that, he fell and became a little punk in the society. Every day, he fought and skipped classes. Of course, this was what I found out later. She said, Then, is he still a little punk now? Chen Mingyan felt that her fingers seemed to be disobedient. She was trembling as she typed a few words. No, after that, he met his current girlfriend. He changed a lot for his current girlfriend, and he was admitted to university, said Shuya. Then, does he know that you still like him? Chen Mingyan was anxious. I'm very conflicted. When I saw him again, although I wanted to recognize him, he loved his current girlfriend. I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, I would be rejected by him. Then, I would die of discomfort. This is my last hope. I want to leave myself some space for fantasy. She was moved. She couldn't help but tell the other party about her thoughts. Chen Mingyan was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the computer and didn't know how to answer. Recalling when she saw Shuya's tone of speaking to Yang Ming, and that kind of resentful eyes, Chen Mingyan was more convinced that the person Shuya was talking about was Yang Ming. Before, Chen Mingyan didn't think about this. She naturally thought that Shuya was a big star. It was impossible for her to have anything with Yang Ming. Therefore, even the sensitive Chen Mingyan didn't think much about it. But now it was different. Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and typed 5 words on the keyboard. Are you Suya? Chapter 769. Chen Mingyan hesitated and was nervous. After a long time, she pressed backspace a few times and erased the words that she had just entered. Chen Mingyan didn't know if this sentence should be asked. She was also very conflicted. As Yang Ming's girlfriend, she was very sensitive to this kind of thing. If the other party was really Suya and Chen Mingyan exposed this matter, it would be really difficult to end it. In her heart, she didn't want Suya to return to Yang Ming's side. Chen Mingyan was very clear about Suya's position in Yang Ming's heart. Chen Mingyan didn't know who was more important between her and herself, but at least she knew that Suya was definitely not inferior to her. This made her have some confidence. She was afraid. She was afraid that once Suya returned to Yang Ming's side, Yang Ming would no longer spoil her. Suya would replace her. Chen Mingyan struggled. She stared at the computer screen and breathed quickly. She didn't know what to say. However, Chen Mingyan was also very conflicted. If she knew these things, but she hid it from Yang Ming, or pretended not to know for her own personal benefit, then what would Yang Ming think of her when he knew the truth one day? As a matter of fact, paper can't always cover the fire. With Suya's infatuation, sooner or later, she would confess to Yang Ming. At that time, wouldn't she become a villain? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and re-entered the sentence just now in the chat box. She closed her eyes and clicked on the shortcut key to send. Shuya, who was on the other side of the computer, saw the message sent by Chen Mingyan, and suddenly her face changed. She looked at the message in front of her with some horror and disbelief. My identity has never been told to anyone. How did this netizen opposite me know my true identity? Shuya was very confused and surprised. Even Yang Ming didn't know his identity, so how could this netizen know? However, Shuya immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In many places where Mandarin was not standard, the shu in her Shuya was a retroflex sound, but it was often pronounced as a flat tongue sound. In other words, shu was pronounced as su. When using the pinyin input method, it was easy to type Shuya as Suya. As for that online friend of his, there's no true love in this world. Didn't he say that he wanted to attend his concert? Then, what I said at the concert must have made him understand that the netizen called I'm a superstar was Shuya. Therefore, it wasn't strange for him to tell his girlfriend about it. Hence, Shuya replied, Yes, I'm Shuya. When Chen Mingyan saw that the other party didn't admit it, she frowned. However, since it had already been revealed, there was no turning back. She had to continue to ask, not Shuya but Suya. Can you understand what I mean? Chen Mingyan was also very nervous. On the one hand, she wanted Shuya to continue to deny this fact so that she didn't have to worry anymore. On the other hand, she was very sure that the other party was Suya, because a woman's sixth sense was often very accurate. Who are you? Shuya looked at the message sent by Chen Mingyan. The degree of shock could be imagined. This was her secret, a secret that few people knew. But how did the other party know? How is this possible? This made Shuya doubt the identity of the other party. You admit it, right? Chen Mingyan didn't answer, but continued to ask. What is your purpose? Shuya was actually not afraid of her identity being exposed, but her father's identity would inevitably be exposed. Although he was far away in Hong Kong, it was difficult to guarantee that the enemies of the past would find him. Therefore, Shuya must be cautious. Half an hour later, let's meet at the coffee shop at the entrance of Heavenly World. You will know by then. Chen Mingyan calmed down her very excited emotions and said, Okay. Shuya finally typed out a word. This involved her biggest secret, and this matter was now known by others. How could Shuya not be nervous? When Shuya wore big sunglasses and entered the coffee shop, she found that Chun Mingyin was actually sitting at a table not far away, drinking coffee alone. Shuya was a bit puzzled why Chun Mingyin didn't come with Yang Ming, but since she saw her, she still politely went over to say hello. Sister Mingyin, what a coincidence. You are here too? Shuya concealed the panic in her heart and greeted Chun Mingyin. Sit down, Sister Su. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chun Mingyin put down the coffee cup and smiled at Shuya. What? Shuya was stunned, and then she looked at Chun Mingyin with some horror. The three words, Sister Su, were like a sharp sword, stabbing Suya's eardrums. My online name is There is no true love in this world. We just chatted. Sister Su, don't you remember? Chun Mingyin was actually pretending to be calm. She must maintain her calm image. She couldn't let Shuya, who was Suya, look down on her. If she really came together with Yang Ming, if she lost her momentum, wouldn't she be bullied in the future? It's you. Shuya looked at Chun Mingyin with some disbelief. You are There is no true love in this world. Chun Mingyin nodded. It's me. Then, there is no true love in this world. Shuya couldn't imagine it. It's Yang Ming. Chun Mingyin smiled and said, Now, do you know why I guess at yours, Suya? Shuya's expression became a little pale for a while, but in the end, she sighed and sat opposite Chun Mingyin. Her momentum was a little weak. What do you want? Shuya naturally thought that Chun Mingyin came to find her. After all, Chun Mingyin was now Yang Ming's real girlfriend, and she was just a memory. He still likes you. After a long time, Chun Mingyin finally said something that was neither a question nor an answer. Chun Mingyin's heart at the moment was also very bitter. She had indulged Yang Ming again and again, letting the women around him continue to increase. She had no other choice but to tolerate and acquiesce. Although she didn't want Suya and Yang Ming to recognize each other, Chun Mingyin was also very clear about Yang Ming's character. If she concealed such a big thing, then Yang Ming would blame her when he found out. Moreover, Chun Mingyin couldn't stop Suya and Yang Ming from meeting again. In this case, it was better to let nature take its course. Even if Yang Ming had Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, and even Zhou Jiajia, Chun Mingyin never thought that they would shake her position in Yang Ming's heart. This time, the appearance of Suya made her feel a sense of crisis for the first time. Chun Mingyin wasn't stupid. She knew that blindly resisting would only add trouble to herself. After all, Suya and Yang Ming knew each other much earlier than her. Therefore, Chun Mingyin decided that since they were opponents, she didn't have the confidence to defeat Suya, so it was better to be friends. This way, she could maximize her position in Yang Ming's heart. Chun Mingyin didn't say who he was specifically referring to, but she and Shuya both knew who this person was, so there was no need to say it. Why are you telling me this? Shuya had some doubts. Aren't you afraid that my appearance will bring you trouble? To tell the truth? Chun Mingyin smiled with some self-deprecation. To tell the truth, I'm very afraid. Then why did you come to me? Shuya was somewhat puzzled. Because he can't let go of you in his heart. Chun Mingyin said with some helplessness, Sister Su, am I very realistic? Silly sister. Shuya was suddenly moved. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Chun Mingyin's delicate face. You are Yang Ming's girlfriend. Even if I really come together with him, with my identity, how much time do you think I will have to accompany him? Shuya said this with the intention of probing. The meaning vaguely revealed in her words was that she was willing to share Yang Ming's love with Chun Mingyin, but she wouldn't reject Chun Mingyin. I didn't mean that. Chun Mingyin listened to Shuya's words and was somewhat relieved. What Shuya said was true. As a big star, how could she have so much private time? Thank you. Shuya's expression suddenly turned serious, as she sincerely said. This had always been Shuya's biggest worry, which was Chun Mingyin's attitude problem. But today, it seemed that Chun Mingyin didn't have much hostility to her. Chun Mingyin smiled shyly. She didn't know whether what she did today was right or wrong. However, she had to admit that Chun Mingyin had grown up. She had become much more mature than a year ago. Why are you so sure that I am Suya? This was what Shuya found very strange before. Why didn't Yang Ming know about it after being in contact with me for so long? But Qin Mingyan guessed it immediately. It's just a feeling. The story you told me, Yang Ming also told me. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Qin Mingyan smiled and said, I am also a woman. When you looked at Yang Ming, I saw the things that you inadvertently revealed in your eyes. Also, the songs that you sang, were they all about him? Shuya nodded. But I don't look the same as that Suya. Are you really so sure? What's so strange about the appearance being able to change? Maybe you are wearing a human skin mask, said Qin Mingyan. Speaking of Yang Ming, the reason why he wasn't as sure as Qin Mingyan was because of his special ability. This was the case of success and failure because of the same person. The special ability brought great help to Yang Ming. At the same time, it was because of the special ability that Yang Ming believed that Shuya and Suya were two people. Shuya smiled unnaturally. She didn't confirm nor deny it. She just said, there are some twists and turns in this. It can't be finished in a few words. Qin Mingyan didn't ask. She wasn't very concerned about this kind of thing. Knowing that the person in front of her was Suya was enough. Chapter 770. What are you going to do? Qin Mingyan felt that some things had to be faced in the end. Only by daring to face it could she get the most favorable conditions for herself. I'll take one step at a time. Shuya sighed and said, but you can rest assured that I won't do anything to let you down. Qin Mingyan nodded silently. After several contacts, Qin Mingyan felt that Shuya wasn't an overbearing person, so when Shuya said this, Qin Mingyan didn't think that Shuya would lie to her. Do you need me to help you talk to him? Qin Mingyan was sometimes impulsive and would do things that would harm her own interests, but she was willing to do so. Thank you, but I want to talk to him personally. Shuya hesitated and said, okay, then I won't interfere. Qin Mingyan nodded and suddenly remembered something, so she said, Zhou Jiajia. Do you still remember? Zhou Jiajia? Shuya was stunned. Then she said with some suspicion, of course, I remember. What about her? If she is now Yang Ming's girlfriend, will you be angry? Qin Mingyan suddenly felt that the grievances between Zhou Jiajia and Yang Ming and Shuya should be resolved by Shuya, but she made the decision without permission. She didn't know if it would make Shuya feel uncomfortable. Her? With Yang Ming? Shuya was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Zhou Jiajia would become Yang Ming's girlfriend. Moreover, in these few meetings, she already knew Qin Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, but she didn't see Yang Ming bring Zhou Jiajia out. And it's her. Qin Mingyan said affirmatively. But why have I never seen Yang Ming bring her out? Shuya asked, baffled. Because she can't come out. As Qin Mingyan said this, she sighed sadly. Can't come out? What do you mean? Shuya didn't understand. She's injured. Qin Mingyan said, let's go. I'll take you to see her. I'll tell you the details on the way. Although Shuya didn't hate Zhou Jiajia, she definitely didn't have a good impression of her. Although Zhou Jiajia's complaint was because she also liked Yang Ming, this approach hurt Shuya a lot. Therefore, at this moment, when Qin Mingyan proposed to meet Zhou Jiajia, Shuya couldn't help but hesitate. After all, the meeting between the two might bring a lot of awkwardness. Seeing that Shuya was a little hesitant, Qin Mingyan pondered for a moment and roughly understood. She's injured and hasn't woken up yet. There's no harm in taking a look. Ah, Shuya was shocked. He's injured and hasn't woken up yet? Then, she was injured because of Yang Ming. She took the bullet for Yang Ming. Qin Mingyan originally wanted to talk about it while walking, but seeing that there seemed to be some estrangement between Shuya and Zhou Jiajia, she simply said it first. She took the bullet for Yang Ming. Shuya never thought that Zhou Jiajia would give up her life for Yang Ming. Although she could do it, Shuya felt that at least she and Yang Ming had a pure relationship, but Zhou Jiajia didn't have anything. Yeah, on the way to the hospital, Yang Ming promised her to be her boyfriend and take care of her for a lifetime. Qin Mingyan's voice was a little bitter when she said this. She wasn't jealous of Zhou Jiajia, but she was moved. When Shuya heard this, her expression became dignified. In the years that she was away, many things happened around Yangming. These were not what she knew. Can you tell me in detail? What the hell is going on? Shuya was eager to understand what happened to Yangming over the years. Well, let's talk about it while walking. Chen Mingyin found the waiter, paid the bill, and walked out of the coffee shop with Shuya. Do you have a car? With your current identity, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to take a taxi, right? Chen Mingyin was afraid that others would recognize Shuya. Yes, wait a minute. I will call the driver. Shuya came here. Although it was inconvenient to bring a car, she could bring a driver. In the hotel here, she could just rent a car for emergency use. Shuya made a phone call. Soon after, a middle-aged man in his 40s came out from heavenly earth and came to Shuya and Chen Mingyin. Miss Shu, are you going out? Asked the middle-aged man. Yes, Uncle Tao. Can you give us a ride? Said Shuya. Miss Shu, do you need to call a bodyguard? Asked the middle-aged man called Uncle Tao. That's not necessary. I have some personal matters to attend to, said Shuya. Okay. Although Uncle Tao was old, he wasn't old-fashioned. He knew that everyone had some personal matters, so he didn't say anything more. Anyway, they were driving the hotel's car. Who would know that the big star Shuya was sitting inside? Shuya and her group rented a Hummer in the hotel. In fact, it was rented, but there was no charge. Because Heavenly Earth and Mingyang Entertainment were one company, they were all Yang Ming's businesses. The cockpit of the Hummer was separated from a box at the back, so Shuya and Chen Mingyin were talking at the back, but Uncle Tao couldn't hear them. Therefore, Chen Mingyin told Shuya about the things between Zhou Jie and Yang Ming. Naturally, it included Zhou Jie's regret for Shuya and Yang Ming, and it was also full of this young girl's infatuation. Listening to such a sad and moving love story, Shuya, who didn't have much affection for Zhou Jie, couldn't help but be moved at the moment. Yes, although from the perspective of my own interests, Zhou Jie hurt me and Yang Ming, Zhou Jie was also pursuing her own love. This was understandable. Moreover, in that era where love and life were hazy, how many people could do something that wasn't childish? Shuya nodded. She no longer had any prejudice against Zhou Jie in her heart. After all, if she changed her perspective, if she were Zhou Jie, she might really do the same. Then, when did the doctor say that she would wake up? Shuya asked with some sadness. I don't know. The doctor didn't say it well. Chen Mingyin shook her head. In fact, she is really pitiful. You don't have to say it. I understand. Shuya waved her hand. Chen Mingyin didn't say anything more. Since Shuya didn't object, it meant that she also acquiesced in this matter. She didn't know why, but Chen Mingyin felt that she seemed to have changed a little. Originally, this kind of thing should be decided by her at home. She was Yang Ming's legitimate girlfriend, but because of the appearance of Shuya, she began to care about Shuya's opinion. According to Chen Mingyin's intention, the car was parked at the inpatient area of the First People's Hospital. Although the new house had been cleaned up, Chen Mingyin was afraid that the decoration materials inside would still have an impact on Zhou Jie's health, so she planned to let it be ventilated for a few days. She took Shuya to Zhou Jie's ward with ease. She just saw the special care staff responsible for taking care of Zhou Jie, Ani Li, pushing the door out. She was holding some garbage and preparing to throw it away. Auntie Li, Chen Mingyin called. Oh, Mingyin, you are here? Auntie Li suddenly showed a smile, because she knew that the person in front of her was the one who really paid her. And, Auntie Li, I brought a friend to see Jie. How is she? Chen Mingyin asked with a smile. Fortunately, you also know, her current situation is like this. Auntie Li said with some sadness. You go ahead. I will go and throw away the garbage. Okay. Chen Mingyin nodded and went into the ward with Shuya. The environment in the ward was very good. It gave people a pleasant feeling of brightness, but at the moment, Chen Mingyin and Shuya's mood wasn't good at all. Zhou Jie? Shuya looked at the thin girl on the bed with some uncertainty. Her face was a little pale. She still looked the same, but at the moment, she was more beautiful. Even though Zhou Jie was sick in bed, she was still very beautiful. Shuya couldn't help but be jealous of Yang Ming. Shuya, who was extremely confident in her own appearance, couldn't help but feel a little sour when she saw that Yang Ming had so many beautiful women around him. Not to mention Zhou Jiajia, Chen Mingyin, and Lin Jiyun were first-class beauties. They weren't inferior to her, especially Chen Mingyin. She could become a celebrity with a little makeup. Did you see it? Chen Mingyin said with some helplessness. Zhou Jiajia is like this now. She may lie in the bed for a lifetime. In an instant, all the unhappiness in Xu Ye's heart disappeared. Yes, what's the use of arguing with a patient? What's more, who could say clearly about the things that happened to children in the past? The two people stayed quietly in the ward for a while until Ani Li came back. Chen Mingyin stood up and said, "Let's go back. It's late." Don't disturb Auntie Li and Jiajia's rest. And Shuya nodded and looked at Zhou Jiajia again. Then she left with Chen Mingyin. On the way back, Shuya was very silent. The former love rival and classmate is going to lie in the bed forever in the future? Is there any possibility of her waking up? Shuya was somewhat concerned about Zhou Jiajia. Yes, the doctor said that Zhou Jiajia may have something that she couldn't achieve, so she locked herself up. Yang Ming and I tried many times, but we couldn't untie her knot. Chen Mingyin smiled bitterly. The key problem is that Yang Ming and I don't know what her knot is. There is no way to treat the problem. So that's the case. Shuya nodded. As long as there is hope, it's fine. Anyway, there is time. We could try slowly. Yeah, Yang Ming and I bought a villa. We plan to take Zhou Jiajia over after school starts. When we have nothing to do, we can spend more time with her. Maybe there will be a miracle. Chen Mingyin said. This is also good. Shuya suddenly moved in her heart. She seemed to have vaguely guessed what Zhou Jiajia's so-called knot was, but she wasn't sure. Chen Mingyin's mood was also very low now. She didn't notice Shuya's strangeness and continued. Right, you haven't said it yet. How did you suddenly change your appearance? You know, I have also seen your photos. No matter how a person changes, they won't become the same as two people, right? Chapter 771. Shuya hesitated and said, there are some secrets in this. I can't say it. You won't blame me, right? Chen Mingyin shook her head and said, it's nothing. I'm just curious. You don't have to worry about it. Thank you. Shuya smiled at Chen Mingyin's understanding. After all, this matter was related to her biggest secret. Even if Chen Mingyin was a person around Yang Ming, Shuya didn't want to talk about this matter to her casually. Originally, Chen Mingyin was just curious, but since Shuya had a secret, Chen Mingyin couldn't force her to ask. Because of Shuya's identity, the two people couldn't be out for too long. Shuya still had to rehearse tomorrow morning, so after coming out of the hospital, the two parted at the entrance of Heavenly Earth. Originally, Chen Mingyin wanted to tell Yang Ming about Shuya's identity, but since Shuya wanted to say it personally, then she didn't have to do it. Even if Yang Ming knew the truth in the future, he wouldn't blame her. Today, the happiest person was Shuya. From Chen Mingyin's mouth, she learned about Yang Ming's feelings. Although she didn't know if Yang Ming's so-called unforgettable memory was because he missed her or if he really still had feelings for her, this was already a big gain. At least, her hopes were great. Moreover, after Chen Mingyin recognized her, she didn't have any hostility to her. This also made Shuya really excited. Shuya was very clear about the reality in front of her. Chen Mingyin was already with Yang Ming. This was an established fact that couldn't be changed. No matter how good Yang Ming and I were in the past, it's different now. Therefore, the possibility of Shuya wanting to squeeze Chen Mingyin away from Yang Ming was simply slim. Moreover, Shuya also felt that Yang Ming wasn't a person who could be easily controlled. Yang Ming's cold-bloodedness when killing people and his overbearing attitude of having two girlfriends at the same time made Shuya lose all confidence. The best solution now was for Chen Mingyin to recognize him, just like how she recognized Lin Jiyun. It was enough for him to stay by Yang Ming's side. However, he didn't expect that his wish would come true so easily. Shuya felt that she would laugh out loud even in her dreams tonight. However, Chen Mingyin wasn't so relaxed. Chen Mingyin was a little confused. Shuya's appearance made her feel a great sense of crisis. This was also the reason why she drew Shuya in from the beginning. Chun Mingyan didn't have the confidence to fight against Shuya, so she could only adopt the means of peaceful coexistence. These were all secondary. What troubled Chun Mingyan the most was Yang Ming's intention. Without the appearance of Shuya, Chun Mingyan was very sure that she would be Yang Ming's bride. No matter how many girlfriends Yang Ming had, the one he would officially marry would definitely be her. Now the situation was a bit different. She also had this opportunity. Although Shuya had already expressed her attitude today that she wouldn't do anything wrong to her, and because of work, she couldn't always be by Yang Ming's side. However, Chun Mingyan was still a little worried when she returned home. She turned on the computer unhappily and surfed the internet. She was a little uneasy, but Chun Mingyan didn't care. She thought that she was worried because of Shuya's matter. Although this time was busy, Yang Ming still didn't forget the task that Lan Ling's grandmother gave him. In his spare time, he would monitor the old gatekeeper of Red Flag High School, Uncle Ma Xiaoyao. Even if Yang Ming didn't find anything unusual, since Lan Ling's grandmother had instructed him, then he must pay attention. However, the boring record every day made Yang Ming really impatient. Today, he just happened to pass by Red Flag High School. Yang Ming decided to go to Ma Xiaoyao's place again. Now was the time when the students were on holiday. There was no one in the empty campus. Yang Ming got out of the car and came to the locked gate of the school. He knocked twice. Not long after, he saw Uncle Ma come out with drunken eyes. He shouted as he walked, "Who is it?" "Uncle Ma, it's me, Yang Ming." Yang Ming smiled. "Oh, Yang Ming." Uncle Ma narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Ming. Then he opened the door lock. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" "I was passing by here, so I came to take a look." Yang Ming said. "No way. What do you want from me?" Uncle Ma didn't believe it. This time, there really isn't. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "I'm just passing by. I have nothing to do, so I came over to sit." "I knew it. You have nothing to do. Otherwise, why would you come to see an old man like me?" Uncle Ma said suddenly. "Why? Don't you have anything to do?" "That's not it. I just came to thank you for the matter of Wu Qiren last time." Yang Ming said, "Thank you for the clues, but in the end, I couldn't solve the problem." "Why? You haven't found your little girlfriend yet?" Uncle Ma sat back at the table and asked. "No." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Forget it. This kind of thing needs fate. Sometimes there is no result if you deliberately look for it. It's good that you can think about it. Come, drink with me." Uncle Ma pointed to the wine and dishes on the table. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. "I just haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." In fact, Yang Ming wanted to see if he could get some information from Uncle Ma when he was drunk. Unfortunately, Uncle Ma didn't reveal any useful information except for some family matters and anecdotes in school. Although the two chatted very happily, Yang Ming still didn't know much about Uncle Ma. Judging from Uncle Ma's speech and behavior, this was a completely comfortable old man who drank a little wine every day and enjoyed life. After this meal, Uncle Ma was still drunk. It was almost the same as before. There is no sign of drunkenness. However, Yang Ming was a little dizzy. He was swaying a little when he walked. It seemed that this erguo too was strong. Yang Ming was known to not be drunk, even with 100 bottles of beer. He actually began to be confused after drinking 2 bottles of erguo too. The car definitely couldn't be driven. Yang Ming didn't want to harm others and himself. Standing in the middle of the road, Yang Ming waited for a taxi, but this road wasn't the main street. Moreover, it was a school holiday. Usually, very few people would take a taxi in this section. There were not many taxis that would detour here to pick up passengers. Occasionally, there would be a few who would pass by here to send off other guests. After Lu Shaosheng sneaked back to Songjiang, he waited for an opportunity to kill Yang Ming. However, there were too many people around Yang Ming every day. It wasn't easy for him to make a move. Moreover, Yang Ming's skills were good. Lu Shaosheng was afraid that he would go for wool and come back shorn. He would be beaten up by Yang Ming. Today, Lu Shaosheng just found a place to eat some food. He had nothing to do, so he was going to find a place to have fun with a prostitute. He stopped the taxi and was preparing to go to a bath center in the city. When he passed by Red Flag High School, he suddenly found Yang Ming's BMW parked at the door. Liu Xiaosheng suddenly became spirited and shouted to the driver, "Stop the car! Stop the car!" Although the driver didn't understand what was going on, since the guest asked him to stop, he couldn't say anything. He had to stop the car on the side of the road. Liu Xiaosheng threw a 20 yuan bill to the driver and got out of the car. He didn't bother with the change. Originally, the driver thought that Liu Xiaosheng was crazy. Why did he come to this inexplicable place? However, at this moment, after he got the money, he felt that Liu Xiaosheng was very pleasing to the eye. He hummed a song and left here. Liu Xiaosheng was looking for opportunities to make a move on Yang Ming every day when he was alone, so he wouldn't let go of any possibility. Seeing that there was no one in the car, Liu Xiaosheng found a big tree and hid behind it. This wait was more than 3 hours. Liu Xiaosheng was so cold that he shivered. His whole body was stiff, but in order to meet Yang Ming, Liu Xiaosheng gritted his teeth and held on. Finally, when Liu Xiaosheng was about to lose all hope, Yang Ming came out swaying. Liu Xiaosheng smelled the smell of alcohol from afar. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. God is really helping me. The opportunity that I couldn't find finally came. This Yang Ming is drunk now, so it's easy for me to make a move. Liu Xiaosheng tiptoed behind Yang Ming. He took out the voodoo tool that was prepared by Yin Guangdou and was ready to cast voodoo on Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming drank too much, his mind was still sober. This was what Fang Tian taught him on the first day. An assassin must always be sober. Otherwise, it would be easy to be killed. Who is it? Yang Ming felt that someone came from behind and suddenly shouted. Liu Xiaosheng was shocked. When he saw that Yang Ming discovered him, he quickly activated the voodoo in his hand according to the method and cast the voodoo on Yang Ming. Then his head was punched, and he didn't know anything in a daze. Yang Ming intuitively felt that the person had a dangerous breath. He was afraid that it would be unfavorable to him, so he made the first move and knocked the person to the ground. Sure enough, he saw that the person was holding an inexplicable thing in his hand and pointing it at him. Yang Ming wanted to check it out, but he suddenly felt a heartache. Bean-sized sweat immediately rolled down. This was definitely not a normal physiological reaction. Yang Ming knew that his body was very healthy. There was no disease like heart disease, so it was impossible for him to suddenly feel heartache. However, at this moment, he was in so much pain that he couldn't describe it. Yang Ming frowned. He couldn't help but wonder if this person did something to him. But the severe pain made his will become more and more faint. His vision became a little blurred. Yang Ming covered his chest and knelt on the snow by the roadside, gasping for breath. Finally, Yang Ming couldn't hold it anymore. He fell down and soon lost consciousness. Liu Xiaosheng, who was beside him, also fainted quietly there. Chapter 772. After sending Yang Ming away, Ma Xiaoyao sighed and said, "This is dangerous. Ordinary people can't easily get involved. I didn't say anything to you because it's for your own good." Ma Xiaoyao cleaned up the garbage on the table and threw it into the trash can. He picked up the key to the door and walked out to lock the door. As he walked to the gate, he couldn't help but be stunned. Not far from the gate, there were actually 2 people lying down. One of them was Yang Ming, who had just drunk with him. Could it be that he drank too much and fainted here? Ma Xiaoyao didn't take it seriously. He quickly walked to the front of Yang Ming. As he was about to help Yang Ming up, he suddenly saw something that he was familiar with. It was quietly thrown on the ground. Ma Xiaoyao frowned and picked up the voodoo utensil on the ground. He looked at it carefully and smelled it. Then, he quickly turned Yang Ming's body over. When he saw Yang Ming's pale face, he was shocked. He quickly carried Yang Ming and ran back to the hut where he was on duty. After a little groping on the wall, the wardrobe by the bed made a slight caw-caw sound. The wardrobe slowly moved to the side. Behind the wardrobe, there was a small door. Inside the small door was a staircase that led to the underground. Ma Xiaoyao carried Yang Ming down and came to a long and narrow room. He put Yang Ming on the bed in the middle of the room. After testing Yang Ming's breathing, Ma Xiaoyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out a small box from under the bed and hurriedly opened it. He took out a bottle of potion and sprinkled it under Yang Ming's nose. After doing all this, Ma Xiaoyao returned to the school gate. His intuition told him that this voodoo utensil was brought by the other young man lying on the ground. Ma Xiaoyao picked up Lu Xiaosheng from the ground and carried him into the room. Then, he tied him with a rope and threw him in a corner. Just now, the potion that Ma Xiaoyao sprayed on Yang Ming could only provide relief. It couldn't really detoxify the voodoo. It still required a lot of effort to detoxify the voodoo. Ma Xiaoyao carefully examined the remaining things in the container and poured a few unknown potions into it. After that, he carefully examined Yang Ming's body and couldn't help but sigh. So vicious. Fortunately, he was poisoned by another type of goo poison previously. The two types of goo poison played a restraining role. Otherwise, even a golden immortal wouldn't be able to save him now. Since he knew the type of voodoo, it was easy for Ma Xiaoyao to solve it. After all, he was an expert in this field. Although it was laborious, after more than an hour of treatment, Yang Ming finally spat out some black and smelly things. Ma Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Yang Ming was saved. He found a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he laid him flat on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Ming slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the situation in front of him in surprise. This is a strange place. Yang Ming suddenly remembered what happened before. I was attacked from behind. I don't know what that person did to me. Although I gave him a fierce blow afterward, I couldn't hold on and fainted. Where am I? Could it be that I have been caught by someone? Thinking of this, Yang Ming struggled to get up from the bed. You're awake? Ma Xiaoyao walked in from outside the house. He just wanted to check on Lu Xiaosheng's situation. He was afraid that Lu Xiaosheng would wake up, so he gave him some knockout pills. It was estimated that Lu Xiaosheng wouldn't wake up for at least 10 hours. When Yang Ming heard a familiar voice, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He looked up and saw Uncle Ma smiling at him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that Ma Xiaoyao found out that I was monitoring him and took measures against me? Thinking of what Grandma Lan Ling said before, he couldn't help but be shocked. If Ma Xiaoyao is really a bad guy, then am I not in danger? Yang Ming secretly began to be alert. Seeing Yang Ming's nervous look, Ma Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile and said, You just had voodoo. Although it was removed, you'd better rest at this moment. Voodoo? Yang Ming was stunned. Then he recalled the situation just now. It seems that it is really possible. However, did Ma Xiaoyao save me? Yang Ming wondered, Did you save me? Now, some things couldn't be hidden, so Ma Xiaoyao didn't hide it anymore. Yes, I saved you. You saved me? You know how to detoxify voodoo? Yang Ming looked at Ma Xiaoyao in surprise. Ma Xiaoyao nodded affirmatively and said, I know how to detoxify voodoo. That is one of the reasons. However, the voodoo that you have today is very strong. If you didn't have another voodoo in your body that formed a restraint with it, you would probably die on the spot tonight. Yang Ming's heart trembled. Only Lan Ling's grandmother, and a few people around him knew that he was poisoned with another voodoo. Ma Xiaoyao couldn't know. So now there was only one possibility. That was Ma Xiaoyao really knew voodoo, and he was really poisoned with voodoo. He wasn't lying to him. You have been monitoring me for a long time, right? Ma Xiaoyao said with a smile. How do you know? Now Yang Ming didn't know whether Ma Xiaoyao was an enemy or a friend. Although he detoxified voodoo, who knew if he had any ulterior motives? I can naturally see it. Ma Xiaoyao smiled and said, But you don't have to worry. I have no malice to you. Who are you? Yang Ming was still very vigilant. It's fine to tell you now. It seems that you have been involved in the dispute of that force. Ma Xiaoyao sighed. I didn't want you and Ling to participate in the grievances of our older generation, but it is impossible. Ling? Are you talking about Lan Ling? Yang Ming looked at Uncle Ma in front of him inconceivably. Who are you? How do you know Lan Ling? My real name is Lan Hai. Who do you think I am? Ma Xiaoyao changed his sleepy appearance and replaced it with a shrewd and capable look. His eyes were full of vigor. He was a different person from before. Lan Hai. Yang Ming was surprised. He stared at Uncle Ma in front of him inconceivably. This person is actually Lan Hai? Isn't that Lan Ling's grandfather? Ma Xiaoyao nodded and said, "That's me. You are Lan Ling's grandfather." Then, why did Lan Ling's grandmother ask me to monitor you? Yang Ming still didn't believe Uncle Ma's words. The Miao people are proficient in voodoo, but our branch is also proficient in disguise. My current appearance isn't my original appearance. It's just an image that is smeared with flour, said Ma Xiaoyao. Yang Ming frowned and looked at Ma Xiaoyao's face with his special ability. Indeed, there was another face before his current face. It was exactly the same as the photo that Yang Ming saw in Lan Ling's grandmother. Yang Ming believed Ma Xiaoyao's words and determined that the person in front of him was Lan Hai. If it were other people, they might not believe it because Ma Xiaoyao's disguise was too realistic. There were no flaws at all. If he didn't have special abilities, it wouldn't be so easy to see it. After confirming the true identity of Ma Xiaoyao, Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect. He quickly said humbly, "Grandpa Lan." Lan Hai smiled and said, "I will tell you sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I was afraid that the forces over there would be unfavorable to you and Ling Ling, so I've been hiding it. Now it seems that it is time." "Then why didn't you tell Lan Ling's grandmother that you were here? She thought that you—" Yang Ming paused for a moment before falling silent. "It's not that I didn't want to tell, but the people over there have never stopped chasing me. I was afraid of implicating Lan Ling's grandmother and Lan Ling, so I had to lurk here secretly and wait for the opportunity to give a fatal blow to the enemy." Lan Hai sighed. "Although the preparation is not very good, it is almost done. I also probably determined the person who provoked the internal strife in our tribe. Is there anything I can help with?" asked Yang Ming. "The people I want to deal with are not ordinary people. They are proficient in voodoo. I'm afraid you can't deal with them." Lan Hai shook his head. "It's good that you have the heart. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Fortunately, you are lucky today. Otherwise, you would die in front of my door. My precious granddaughter will never forgive me in this life." Yang Ming listened to Lan Hai's words and could only nod helplessly. Indeed, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't deal with voodoo that he wasn't proficient in. Suddenly, he remembered the person who attacked him before. Yang Ming quickly asked, "Grandpa Lan, is the person who attacked me still there?" "I caught him back. He is in the next room," said Lan Hai. "I suspect that this person is the force of the other side. The voodoo method he used is the method of our tribe. I'm very sure of this." And Yang Ming was stunned because he vaguely saw the face of the person who attacked him. It was an acquaintance. It was Yin Guangdou's driver, Lu Xiaosheng. How did he become a person of another force? "Do you know that person?" Lan Hai asked in his heart. Maybe he could find out all the forces of the other side in Songjiang by following this clue. "This person is the driver of Yin Guangdou, the owner of Yin Jewelry Company. He had some conflicts with me before," Yang Ming said truthfully. "Yin Jewelry? Driver?" Lan Hai was also stunned. He originally thought that the people of that force found out about the relationship between Yang Ming and himself. They wanted to make a move on Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that things didn't seem to be like this. There were other secrets. "Yeah, I beat up that Lu Xiaosheng before. He was the person who used voodoo on me. This time, he probably came to retaliate against me." Yang Ming said, "What's more, my company is also in the jewelry business. There are some business conflicts recently. So, he is targeting you. It's not because of Ling Ling?" Lan Hai also fell into contemplation. Chapter 773. Yang Ming didn't expect that Lu Xiaosheng was actually a person from Lan Hai's hostile forces. He only thought that he was sent by Yin Guangdou. Probably not. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "If I didn't hear you say that there was such a relationship, I wouldn't have thought that Lu Xiaosheng had other identities. It turned out to be like this. Maybe I thought too much. So, you go back first and take Lu Xiaosheng with you. See if you can get some useful information from his mouth. Lan Hai said, however, no matter what you can ask in the end, this person can't be left alive. If you can't do it, send him to me. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. I can't do it. If it were an ordinary person, there might be some concerns, but killing a person had no psychological burden for Yang Ming, not to mention this person who wanted to kill himself. Yang Ming would not be soft-hearted. Yang Ming didn't say much. He just nodded. After such a struggle, even the alcohol in his stomach was spat out. Yang Ming was sober and no longer drunk. Today's matter, don't tell Ling Ling's grandmother. She came to see me early, and it was easy to expose the target. If the opponent found out, it would not achieve the effect of a surprise victory. Lan Hai said, I understand. I will treat it as if nothing happened. Yang Ming said, well, if there is something, you can come to me. I don't think anyone will be suspicious. Next time, bring me a few bottles of good wine. Lan Hai said, don't worry, Grandpa Lan. I will get you a box. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Dragging Lu Xiaosheng, who was tied up like a dumpling, Yang Ming said goodbye to Lan Hai and left the secret room. Lu Xiaosheng was thrown into the trunk, and Yang Ming drove to the nightless club. Although Yang Ming now had a lot of places to go, he still habitually went to the nightless club to interrogate someone. On the way, he called Bao Sanli and asked him to send someone to pick him up. However, when Yang Ming arrived at the nightless club, he saw Bao Sanli standing at the door. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless, but he couldn't help it. This represented Bao Sanli's respect for him, and he couldn't say anything. Brother Yang, you are here. Bao Sanli saw that Yang Ming had parked the car, so he walked over. Well, there's a person in my trunk. Get one of your men to carry him up and find a room. I want to interrogate this person. Yang Ming instructed. All right. For Yang Ming's instructions, Bao Sanli would not ask much. He simply called an underling to carry the people in Yang Ming's trunk and prepared an empty room. There were many such rooms in the nightless club. There was nothing inside, only a sofa. Yang Ming sat on it, while Lu Xiaosheng was casually thrown on the ground. Brother Yang, do you need to find a basin of cold water to wake him up? Bao Sanli asked in a low voice. No need. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. He was drugged. He can't wake up without the antidote. As Yang Ming said this, he took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket and handed it to Bao Sanli. Go and give him the pill inside. This was the antidote that Lan Hai gave him before he left. After taking it, Lu Xiaosheng could wake up immediately. Bao Sanli took the medicine bottle, poured out the pill inside, and fed it to Lu Xiaosheng. After a while, Lu Xiaosheng woke up in a daze. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming sitting opposite him and looking at him with a smile. He couldn't help but be shocked. Why aren't you dead? Yeah, I'm not dead. Isn't it strange? Yang Ming snorted. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? How is it possible? How can President Yun's voodoo have no effect? Logically, you should have died long ago, right? Lu Xiaosheng still had an inconceivable look as he muttered to himself. Yang Ming listened to Lu Xiaosheng's words and couldn't help but be amused. This kid is really stupid. Although he didn't answer the question directly, he knew from his side that Yun Guangdou sent him to kill him. Don't worry about whether it's possible or not. I'm not dead now, and you fell into my hands. What do you think will be waiting for you? Yang Ming interrupted Lu Xiaosheng's words. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Lu Xiaosheng suddenly became dispirited. He was very clear about what was waiting for him. He didn't succeed in killing the other party. How would the other party let him go easily? However, Lu Xiaosheng still had a glimmer of hope. He was a timid person. Naturally, he didn't care about loyalty, so he immediately said, Brother Yang, you are a great person. Can you not kill me? It's President Yun. President Yun ordered me to kill you. Why do you want to kill me? Asked Yang Ming. Because you and President Yun snatched a woman, and then you became a competitor of Yun Jewelry. So President Yun hated you to the bone and wanted to get rid of you quickly. Lu Xiaosheng said quickly. Oh, just because of this? Asked Yang Ming calmly. Yeah, it's because of these. Lu Xiaosheng nodded. Looking at Lu Xiaosheng's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he guessed correctly. Yin Guangdou dealt with him only because of Sun Jie's matter and business. It had nothing to do with Lan Ling and Lan Hai. You used voodoo on me before, right? Yang Ming suddenly asked. I heard that voodoo can't be used on ordinary people casually. Also, how do you know these things? Who are you? This. Lu Xiaosheng listened to Yang Ming's words, but he hesitated. After all, he was now a traitor like Yin Guangdou. Even if Yang Ming didn't kill him, Elder, you wouldn't let them go if the matter was exposed. Why? You don't want to say it? Yang Ming frowned. No. Seeing that Yang Ming was angry, Lu Xiaosheng was shocked. His life was now in the hands of others, and he couldn't help but say it. If he didn't say it now, Yang Ming might kill him immediately if he was angry. But if he said it, Elder, you might not find him. So he clenched his teeth and said, Yes, I am from a tribe in Yunnan's Miaojiang, but I have now betrayed the tribe. Oh, betrayal? What do you mean? Tell me what you know, and I may let you live. Otherwise, I will directly ask someone to throw you from upstairs. Yang Ming said, Which floor is this? Lu Xiaosheng didn't know if he was humorous or slow-witted, but he actually asked such a question. The third floor. Bao Sanli replied. For some topics that were not very sensitive, Yang Ming didn't hide it from Bao Sanli. After all, he now regarded Bao Sanli as his own confidant. The more Bao Sanli knew about him, the more he wouldn't dare to have any disloyalty. Lu Xiaosheng's eyes turned, and his heart began to move a little. The third floor, I don't think I will die from falling, right? Bao Sanli looked at Lu Xiaosheng's shifty-eyed look. How could he not know what he was thinking? So, he added coldly, If you don't die from the fall, then fall again until you die. Oh my God! Lu Xiaosheng was shocked. How can it be like this? If I don't die from the fall, then fall again? He shivered and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He replied carefully, President Yun and I were sent to Songjiang by the tribal elders to secretly investigate some things here. What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Investigate whether the original patriarch of our tribe is alive or dead. Lu Xiaosheng didn't hide it and said directly. Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that this Lu Xiaosheng was still honest and didn't hide anything. However, the things that Yang Ming knew were limited. It was better to return him to Lan Hai and let Lan Hai get some valuable things from his mouth. Bao Sanli was confused. What tribe? What elder? These things that were far away from him made him feel like he was listening to a book. Bao Sanli thought that Yang Ming was just asking casually, and he didn't care about these insignificant things. Well, I will take you to see a person. Whether you can leave here alive or not depends on whether you are honest or not. Yang Ming said to Lu Xiaosheng. I will be honest. I will be honest. Lu Xiaosheng said quickly. Yang Ming shook his head funnily. This guy is a coward. His courage is pitiful. He sent him back to Lan Hai. As for how Lan Hai would deal with him, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. When he returned home, Yang Ming took a shower. When he took off his clothes, he saw a text message on the phone. It was sent by Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, where are you? Chen Mingyan just felt that her chest wasn't very comfortable, so she called Yang Ming, but no one answered. She sent a text message to Yang Ming. Looking at the messages and missed calls, they were probably from when he fainted. Yang Ming returned a text message to Chen Mingyan, telling her that he was at home. He just fell asleep and didn't hear the phone call. Fearing that she would be worried, Yang Ming didn't say anything about the attack before. It didn't take long for Chen Mingyan to reply. She said that since Yang Ming was fine, then she was relieved and wanted to sleep. Yang Ming said good night and went to take a shower. Yang Ming quickly put Lu Xiaosheng's matter behind his mind. Now he was worried about Valentine's Day. Since Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun got along well, it was okay to go out together on Valentine's Day. But what about Xiao Qing? What about Sun Jie? Sun Jie was fine. She wouldn't care about these. However, although Xiao Qing didn't say it, Yang Ming knew that she still cared about it. This made Yang Ming a little troubled. He couldn't divide it into a few days like Chinese New Year. It seemed that if it really didn't work, he could only accompany Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun first. As for Xiao Qing and Sun Jie, he could only think about another day. Yang Ming sighed and thought that he hadn't contacted Xiao Qing for a while, So he picked up the phone and dialed Xiao Qing's cell phone number. Hello. After a while, Xiao Qing's lazy voice came from the phone. She should be resting now. Sister Xiao Qing, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming said apologetically. Am I disturbing your rest? Oh, Yang Ming, it's so late. Why are you calling me? What's the matter? Xiao Qing's voice became a lot more energetic. Chapter 774. Nothing. I just missed you, so I wanted to hear your voice. Yang Ming said. Really? Xiao Qing obviously didn't believe it. You call me so late just for this. What else? Yang Ming smiled. I've been very busy after Chinese New Year. I didn't go to see you. What are you talking about? I'm not a child. If you have something to do, just do it. I saw a lot of unfavorable news about the jewelry company recently. Dad also asked me to ask you what happened when I was free. Do you need his help? I didn't expect you to solve it yourself. Xiao Qing said. Right, Sister Xiao Qing. How do you want to spend Valentine's Day? Asked Yang Ming. Valentine's Day? Hee hee. Xiao Qing smiled after listening. Do you really want to ask me how to spend it? Yang Ming was also afraid that Xiao Qing would feel uncomfortable in her heart, so he asked this question. However, he also knew that it was impossible to leave Chun Mingyan alone and go out with Xiao Qing. After listening to Xiao Qing's question, he couldn't help but be embarrassed. He said, Yeah, you don't have enough confidence. Hee hee, you should accompany Chun Mingyan. I don't want to be scolded by the world. Besides, can't we go out together at any time? Why do we have to spend such a conspicuous holiday like Valentine's Day? Do you want your parents to know? Xiao Qing said. Yang Ming's heart was relieved. He thought that Xiao Qing understood him, but his mouth said, What are you afraid of? Okay, I won't argue with you. I really have an appointment on Valentine's Day. Even if you ask me out, I'm not free. Xiao Qing said. You have an appointment? This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be stunned. Although he felt guilty that he couldn't accompany Xiao Qing on Valentine's Day. If Xiao Qing went out with others, how could Yang Ming feel good in his heart? Yeah, you can't spend Valentine's Day with me. Can't I spend it with others? Asked Xiao Qing. Who are you going with? Asked Yang Ming nervously. I won't tell you. Xiao Qing deliberately angered Yang Ming. I have to have some privacy, right? Besides, I'm your godsister now, not your girlfriend. Yang Ming shook his head. It was rare for Xiao Qing to complain to him. However, Yang Ming knew Xiao Qing's character. He knew that she was still quite rational. It was impossible for her to casually go out with a man. Could it be that she was accompanying godparents? Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly asked, Are you going to accompany godfather or godmother? Of course not. Xiao Qing denied. Well, stop guessing. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Okay, then you rest. Yang Ming had a question mark in his heart. He reluctantly hung up the phone. Valentine's Day. Last night, Yang Ming confirmed with Lin Jiyun and Chun Mingyan that he would pick them up early in the morning, and then the three of them would go to the beach together. Unexpectedly, Tian Donghua called and asked Yang Ming what arrangements he had for Valentine's Day. He wanted to come and join in. Since Tian Donghua had asked, Yang Ming couldn't refuse. Besides, even if he said that he didn't have any arrangements for Valentine's Day, Tian Donghua had to believe him. It was better to tell him the plan generously. Anyway, it would be more lively with more people. Tian Donghua naturally, shamelessly wanted to go with them. Yang Ming could only count him in. First, he drove to Chun Mingyan's neighborhood. Chun Mingyan appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood on time. Today, Chun Mingyan wore a high school woolen coat. When she was chatting with Yang Ming a few days ago, Yang Ming accidentally mentioned that Chun Mingyan's coat was very beautiful. At that time, Chun Mingyan only wore it for a few days and never wore it again. Yang Ming wondered why. Chun Mingyan explained that this coat looked a bit mature and didn't look like a student's, so she didn't wear it after that. But now that she was a college student, there was no need to worry about it. So, at Yang Ming's request, Chun Mingyan went home and found this coat. Chun Mingyan trotted to Yang Ming's car, opened the door of the passenger seat, and sat in. Anyway, she didn't get in the car with Lin Jiyun today. Chun Mingyan didn't deliberately sit in the back. Does this coat look good? Chen Mingyan asked Yang Ming after getting in the car. What's so good about this coat? Yang Ming snorted. Chen Mingyan was almost mad when she heard it. She was about to explode on the spot, but Yang Ming continued. The key is that the person looks good. My Mingyan looks good in any clothes. You are sensible. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. However, you look better without wearing it. Yang Ming added another sentence. You go to hell. Chen Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. Yang Ming's mouth was flirtatious. He used to be like this when he was in school. When they arrived at Lin Jiyun's door, Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun and wanted to tell her that they were almost there. However, the person who answered the phone was Shen Yueping. Hello, Yang Ming. I'm your Auntie Shun. Auntie Shun, where is Jiyun? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Why would Shen Yueping answer the phone? Yang Ming, Yun Air suddenly had a stomachache this morning. I'm afraid she can't go out with you, said Shen Yueping. Stomachache? What happened? Is it serious? Wasn't she fine yesterday? Yang Ming was shocked and asked with some surprise. It's okay. It's the kind of pain that girls feel. Shen Yueping hinted. Yun Air just fell asleep. She said that if there was a phone call, she asked me to help her answer it. If that's the case, Yang Ming frowned. Well, then tell Jiyun to have good rest. Definitely. When Yun Air wakes up, ask her to call you. Shen Yueping said. Okay then. Yang Ming sighed and hung up the phone. What's the matter? Chen Mingyan also heard the general idea. Sister Lin has a stomachache. Let's go and see. It doesn't seem to be the case. Yang Ming frowned and guessed Lin Jiyun's thoughts. Jiyun probably doesn't want to come out with us on Valentine's Day. Why? I'm very good to her. Chen Mingyan was afraid that Yang Ming would think too much, so she quickly explained. I know, but Lin Jiyun's character. Yang Ming hesitated. Forget it. Let's go. I will ask her alone another day. Sure enough, Yang Ming's guess wasn't wrong. After a while, Lin Jiyun sent a text message. The text message said, I'm fine. Don't worry. Have fun with Sister Mingyan. Yang Ming handed the phone to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was also silent. She knew that Lin Jiyun was afraid that it wasn't good for the three of them to spend Valentine's Day together, so she deliberately found an excuse not to participate. Then, when we come back, you take Sister Lin out to play alone, Chen Mingyan said apologetically. I know. Yang Ming nodded. Well, Jiyun is like this. Let's be happy. Tian Donghua and the others have probably arrived. He let Tian Donghua rent a small yacht in advance. Although it was winter and the sea breeze was still a bit cold, it was also very enjoyable to look at the sea in the yacht. When Yang Ming came to the seaside pier, he saw that Tian Donghua's car had already stopped there. Tian Donghua drove a Toyota Land Cruiser with a Donghai license plate. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in Japanese cars, but this car was relatively good. I don't know how the matter between Tian Donghua and Wang Shui was resolved, but today, the two people at least didn't have any difference on the surface. They had a loving expression. Yang Ming. Tian Donghua got out of the car and waved to Yang Ming. You came quite early. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's hand and walked to Tian Donghua. He nodded politely to Wang Shui. No matter what, she was Zhou Judge's good friend. Moreover, even if Wang Shui went behind Tian Donghua's back to have an affair, it was Tian Donghua's family matter. It had nothing to do with Yang Ming. The four people walked in the direction of the pier and came to the boat rental office by the pier. I am Tian Donghua. I rented a boat here yesterday. Now we are ready to board. Tian Donghua said to the staff at the rental office. Wait a minute. Let me check. The staff nodded and began to check on the computer. After a while, he said strangely, Sorry, sir. This is not registered for you. Not registered for me? How is it possible? Tian Donghua was stunned. He took out the receipt from his pocket when he booked the boat yesterday and handed it over. You check it again carefully. Okay. The staff glanced at the order number and then checked it again. However, after checking, he said, Sir, the boat you rented was registered on the computer by someone else. It is not in your name. Tian Donghua frowned and pointed to the receipt in his hand. My receipt can't be fake, right? Did you make a mistake? The staff carefully looked at the receipt in Tian Donghua's hand. There's the seal of the rental office on it. It should not be wrong. But why didn't the computer show it? The staff turned and went into the inner room and called the manager out. Manager, there's a customer here who rented a boat that is not displayed on the computer. What do you think? Asked the staff. Oh, let me see. A middle-aged man with a big belly came out and took the receipt handed over by Tian Donghua. He looked at it and said, "This I know. His boat was rented to someone else. You returned the deposit to him." When Tian Donghua heard it, his face immediately pulled down. The boat was rented by him. Now, in front of so many people, especially Wang Shui, he couldn't back down. How could he just let it go? Although the temper of the Tian family's eldest young master was not as arrogant as the second son, Tian Dongwang, it wasn't very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seriously injured others because of a woman. Returning the deposit is fine. I booked the boat first, and you rented it to someone else. Is there first come, first served? Tian Donghua was unhappy at the time and asked with a sullen face. Renting or not renting is up to me. The boat is mine. What can you do if I don't rent it? The manager didn't take Tian Donghua seriously. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.